Hello, and welcome back to Danganronpa Antebellum Lockdown. We are finally going to get into the second trial today. I believe the trial is about 4 hours is what I'm guessing it's gonna be. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a couple hours here, a couple hours there, and of course it will be in just one big video. But anyway, before we get into it, I just want to say thank you for being so patient with me. It's been very hectic, and when I wanted to do this last week, I ended up getting strep. Very annoying, very painful. Haven't had that since I was a kid. It was awful. Anyway, feeling better now, but we're gonna get right into it. I don't know who it's gonna be.
I won't bother you with the details. You know how this works.
Like, I feel like we had two separate investigations, so I do believe that Molly's death is going to be treated as she was killed by someone. I have a feeling that it was like one of those contraptions was triggered when Shinku did something and it ended up would be Shinku. But even so, it's only going to count the first murder that happened, which was Taka. So whoever killed Taka is the one who's going to get executed here. I mean, we did 2 investigations, but I have 0 answers to any questions I had. I have no idea who it could possibly be. I do hope that the voices aren't too low. I know that in this fan game, sometimes like some voices are louder than others, but hopefully it's fine. Anyway.
Time limit still applies. Just because there's 2 victims doesn't mean we get to have double the fun. So you better...
Okay, so if we're on a time crunch here, let's just get to it.
Oh! So we're just interrupting me now. Okay, I see how it is.
Let's establish how they died. The autopsies make some of it pretty clear, but let's make sure we're all on the same page, okay?
It's pretty clear Maiko died from suffocation. I'm sure we can all agree on that.
No disputes here. It's either that or her neck snapped. But the details don't really matter. All that matters is the rope did it.
The one I'm more confused on is Taka's, honestly. From what I heard, he was pretty messed up.
Understatement of the century. His skin was melting.
Do you think they use like he did have very severe burns. Do you think it was like a chemical burn as opposed to like a fire kind of burn?
What could even cause that? Some kind of acid?
Probably.
Would that have killed him?
Maybe not. That might not be the cause of death, but he would have been in severe pain.
I don't know. They looked really weird. Almost dried out?
Besides, would those injuries be enough to kill him?
Well, they weren't the only injuries on the body.
Taka's body did have quite a bit going on from what I've heard about the autopsy. Getting some specifics hammered out about how he died is going to be useful to finding the killer. Besides, I'm more than happy to focus on Taka's murder right now. As bad as it sounds, it means we won't have to discuss Molly just yet. It's just about narrowing it down to what it could and couldn't be. I can do this. Can I? I'm terrified of the non-stop debates, genuinely. I'm awful at them. Oh, here it is. In this minigame, it will be your responsibility to identify the false statement in yellow text. You have to make sure you refute it with a truth bullet that proves your point, though. Okay. If you spend too much time letting the debate go around in circles, or if you refute the wrong statement, you'll start losing influence. Okay. Joy. Would I like to review all your bullets before you start? Yeah, actually I would. Only because it has been like a few weeks for me. Zeke was heading to the courtyard this morning to pay respects to Mint's grave. When he entered the courtyard, he noticed Taka's body in the pond. He immediately left to get help and ran into Asuka in the West Prison halls. They were looking for Takiko. He tried to stop Asuka from entering, but when they did, the body discovery announcement went off. So that means Zeke was not the first person to see Taka. That means, because you have to have 3 people to make the body discovery announcement go off. So there was somebody else who witnessed it before Zeke. But I don't know, we don't know who that is, I think. Ismene stepped out of the faith room, having apparently been in there the whole time. She claims she didn't hear or see anything in the courtyard when she entered earlier that morning. I don't know if I believe that. The water was clear, no trace of blood. It also apparently filtered from the prison's sewage system. All wastewater flows through the courtyard eventually. The sheet Taka's body was wrapped in when it was found. There's no sign of stains or blemishes on the sheet. It seems indicate it's a bedsheet. Oh, Taka, I miss Taka. It's covered in chemical burns on one side. Acid. All the burns on his body appeared to be scabbed over at the time of autopsy. So he started, like, not necessarily healing, but he was definitely still alive when he got the burns. There's a small puncture in his neck, which is likely what killed him. Okay. When Takiko went to the east side of the prison this morning, there was a blackout. The fuse box had been damaged. This meant the east side of the prison was covered in darkness. Okay. One of the tubes in Lab 1 was shattered. The fluid that was once within it flooded the entire lab. It's murky and hard to identify what the fluid is. Takiko went to the east side of the prison with the goal of going to the infirmary to check in on Molly. When she arrived, there was a blackout. She went to Lab 1 to try to reset the fuse box, but the room appeared to be flooded. As she was trying to reset it, Dr. Elenius walked into the lab, looking panicked. So I wonder if Dr. Elenius was the first one to witness Taka. She reset the fuse box and the body discovery announcement played. Both Takiko and Dr. Elenius started looking for the body. I think the doctor knew where it was. They went to the lecture hall and saw Molly's body and me sitting there. This triggered a second body discovery. So I think, I could be wrong, that Dr. Elenius was the first witness of Taka. That's why only 2 people, like Zeke and Asuga, when the both of them saw it, it went off. That was just 2 of them. There had to be a third one beforehand. It was either Ismene or it was Dr. Elenius, I think. Various small weights were stolen from the gym and found scattered around Molly's body. Okay, so now this... Oh, I just clicked that. Dummy. So now we're in the second investigation. A broken broom found by the door. It was used to keep it locked. It broke when I forced the door open. I wonder if this breaking of the broom was what triggered the mechanism. Assuming that that's what happened. A slightly battered wooden crate was found near Molly's body. It has 2 hooks on it where the ropes can be attached. There appears to be few weights left in the box. The rope that's connected to Molly's neck is tied to one of the hooks in the wooden box. Another rope is tied to the other end of the box and stretches all the way to the door. It's gone slack now, but I remember tripping over it when I came in. Okay. Mixture of black and silver, it was crushed. So there was some kind of like mechanism going on, like maybe a pulley kind of system. It appears she either died from hanging or her neck breaking. I feel awful. She was still alive when Shinku was banging on the door, right? Was she? I don't remember. Water, Taka's body, or black spots.
My autopsy showed he had various acid burns.
Uh-huh. Next.
At least that's what I assumed the deformatives were.
Yeah, but they don't seem to be on any vital areas. He was probably in a lot of pain, but I don't think they killed him.
I agree. I'm not gonna refute that.
Is it possible the kid bled out?
No.
No, that's wrong!
I just wish there was a way to, like, kind of skip ahead in the non-stop debate. Because I had to listen to that a lot of time.
What's up, kid?
I doubt he bled out. If he did, I feel as if there would be some sort of discoloration in the water. But it was completely clear.
I feel like he could have said the same thing about the body having no, you know, wounds that would suggest he bled out. But I digress.
Right. No sign of blood anywhere.
Right.
Not to mention, the wounds looked weirdly scabbed over when we found him.
And I feel like even if he was just discarded in a pond after he already died, we would have found some evidence of blood elsewhere.
They could have always just cleaned it up and incinerated the evidence.
I doubt it. The incinerator takes about 4 hours. It hadn't been turned on when I was in there earlier this morning. I used it actually, so the killer would have been able to put anything in there.
Hey, Shinku? If you don't mind me asking, what exactly were you incinerating this morning?
This is gonna be awkward.
Oh, just some trash from my room. I thought I might as well do it while I was in there putting my washing on anyways.
I can confirm this. I saw him walking out of the washing room earlier that morning. I'm assuming you used it then.
I'm sorry, Ismene. Oh, I feel bad.
Exactly.
Just before you went to the faith room? So before Taka's body showed up in the courtyard?
Precisely. So even if it was cleaned up and the evidence was disposed of, it was unlikely to be incinerated.
Blood loss doesn't really seem like the most time-efficient murder method, especially if it was done fairly quickly, if Iz's alibi is to be believed. So I think we can rule out his acid burns being what finished him off.
But if that wasn't it, then what was it?
There was something on the autopsy that could explain it. Something we're overlooking. Right, it's clear what killed Taka was...
I've got it! There was a small cut on his neck, wasn't there? It's likely that punctured some sort of artery in his neck and killed him. Fairly quickly at that.
Do you think it was like a needle?
That makes sense if the time frame it happened in was all quick. Quite a painless way to go. It explains why we wouldn't have heard any cries.
Yeah, I'm sure he really appreciated the quick and painless end after being subjected to horrifically painful acid burns. The killer sounds like a real fucking saint.
Do you have to keep reiterating how painful his end was? Do you understand how insensitive you're being right now?
Right. Sorry.
Wow.
He brings up a good point, though. What was the point of the acid if they were just going to slit his neck? It feels like it's just overcomplicating things for nothing.
Well, the way she says it, slit his neck, makes it seem like there's a big wound in his neck, but there's not. It's a tiny little hole. Most likely done by some kind of needle, right?
Yeah. Seems to be making the murder way messier than it needs to be for little gain. Unless they were that intent on torturing the kid.
Did anyone here hate him that much? Even if people found him annoying, I'd find it hard to believe anyone would go that far. It's another level of cruel.
Right? I can't understand why on earth someone would do that to him!
Well, maybe they didn't mean to?
Huh?
Okay, I'm totally spitballing here, but what if it was an accident or something? Like, the acid was completely accidental and they panicked in the moment and put him out of his misery by slitting his throat.
Is it bad that when she says that, my first thought goes to, Alora. That's her name, right? Dr. Elenius? I feel like... I don't know, maybe there was an accident in the lab where the giant tube thing broke, and the stuff that was inside was what burned him. But then again, I don't remember if that was actually confirmed to be like acid in there.
That would make sense, but I don't really know how you just accidentally spill acid on someone.
It's unclear either way, but I don't think we'll really know until we hammer out more specifics of this case.
Do we even know when he was killed?
No.
Well, if Ismini's account is correct, his body wasn't there when she went to the faith room this morning, so it must have happened after she entered.
Disagree. He died somewhere else and he was brought there.
It could have happened earlier than that. Maybe his body was just moved in there afterwards?
Yep.
That might explain why she didn't hear anything going on in the courtyard.
When was the last time anyone saw Blondie anyway?
Alora, you brought all us corrupt prisoners breakfast at 7 a.m. Was he in his cell then?
Yes, he was.
So that rules out it happening last night, but doesn't give us any idea when it could have happened this morning.
So if it did happen in the morning, why were his burns already scabbed over? I feel like that's way too little time for them to start scabbing already. Like, I feel like it takes days for that to happen, but I don't know. Listen, I don't know anything about that kind of stuff.
We also still don't really know when Maiko died. Shinku said he found her dead already, so that could have happened last night.
Yeah, the doors were already open by the time I stumbled in.
Oh, Shinku, you and your lying. It's gonna bite you in the butt.
Alright, we ought to nail down which death happened first. That's the one that counts.
Taka.
If we go on as we are, we may find out way further down the line we wasted a load of time finding the second killer instead of the first.
If there are two separate killers.
I think there are, because I think they're gonna say that Shinku is one of them, and the other is the one who killed Taka.
There has to be. The time frames are way too close to each other. And the two were on complete opposite sides of the prison.
Alright, then let's focus back on Maiko's for a little bit. Nailing out the specific of her case might help us figure out when exactly she died.
At the very least, we can rule out suicide. If it was one, then there wouldn't have been a body discovery announcement.
Wait, really? I knew that it wouldn't result in a trial, but I feel like they'd have an announcement or something at least.
Nope. If you die in any way that wasn't directly caused by another prisoner, we don't cause any fanfare whatsoever. You kinda just disappear. Honestly, it's really anticlimactic, so don't even think about doing it.
Jesus Christ.
As morbid as that is, it does at least eliminate one possibility.
So, she was murdered. Presumably by the hanging?
That's what the autopsy would suggest, yes.
Then why the whole contraption thing? It just feels like a whole lot of extra work.
The question is, for her, did she set up the contraption or was it someone else? I mean, I'm leaning more towards she set it up herself, but I honestly, I could be wrong. Who knows? I don't know what's gonna happen.
I mean, Maiko was pretty heavy. If you were gonna hang her, I feel like most of us here would struggle. Aside from maybe Fu.
Okay, must we?
There's
Shame
also
her?
Suga. All those acrobatic tricks probably mean they have fairly good upper body strength.
Yes, but considering how they keep reopening their injury, I feel as though attempting to hang Molly herself would have caused significant strain on them.
Point is, using the whole rope contraption probably helped hoist her up. I mean, physics and all that, the further away you are from the thing you're trying to push, the easier it is, or something.
Well, you could have explained it better, but yes.
The rope around her neck was connected to the box on the ground, which was connected to the slack rope by the door. That feels like a few too many components to just be someone using a long rope to make the process easier. No?
You're right. I feel like there's more to it. It all feels way more intentional. It almost feels like this was some sort of trap or something. Okay, hold on. This might sound crazy, but what if this was something Maiko set up herself?
It's a fair question because that's what I assume.
What? No,
Oh god.
Hold on. Aren't we jumping to conclusions a little early here? Are we even certain about the mechanics of how Yuzuki was hung?
Probably not.
We should figure that out first and foremost, before we make any conclusions.
Okay, yeah, sure, but we're kinda on a time limit here. The specifics are important, but I think we can make a few inferences. We don't need to know the exact mechanics behind it.
Making assumptions like that is dangerous, especially when our lives are on the line. Time limit or not, it's best to be safe rather than sorry. You're just really not thinking about this properly.
Ooh. The two of them are arguing. I feel like this is going to slow us down. I could just leave them be, but it's looking more and more like Molly's death was second. While I don't want them figuring out I was the one who killed her, if Taka's death was first, then we need to find his killer, or we're all dead. I have to help resolve this so we can move past this. Otherwise, we might all be dead. Would I like to save? Yeah, I would. What? Okay, I don't remember how to do this.
The rope around her neck was attached to that box for a reason.
Oh, look at that art. It's so cute.
It's likely the weights within it were equal to or more than Yuzuki's weight. So, the trap was likely set up so when the box fell to the ground, Yuzuki would be quickly hoisted up and hung.
That's all well and good, but would that really be enough force to snap her neck?
Maybe.
I mean, I feel like you'd need a few more weights for that. Maybe Maiko wanted someone to see her die?
You're making the assumption she set this up herself, which we have no evidence of currently. Even if the trap didn't snap her neck instantly, it would have suffocated her regardless. She'd die either way. It's equally likely that a killer set this up themselves, to hang Yuzuki without having to hoist her up themselves. Possibly due to a strength limitation.
So, Shinku is, like, convinced that he's the one who killed her, but did he actually? Because he thinks that he did, I guess, by opening the door and setting off the trap. But if somebody else, like an outside party, set up the trap and then is trying to frame Shinku, but is that too complicated? And am I thinking too much about it? Probably.
I just don't know how they'd even get her there in the first place if they weren't strong enough to hoist her up themselves.
Make a decision. I mean, for me, I agree with Lyra, but I don't know if that's the truth. I'm gonna guess Laura, actually. Okay.
Okay, but there has to be a reason for the rope by the door, especially considering it's connected to the box. It was slack when we found it, but it might have originally been tied for something. If you ask me, it was likely set up so whoever entered the room first would trigger the rope by the door, and it would act like some sort of tripwire knocking down the box.
I kind of agree with that, because I think it triggered when Shinku opened the door. And so that's why he thinks he's the one who killed her, but he didn't actually kill her. It was somebody else who set it up. I don't know.
Which indicates someone was trying to get someone to set it off and kill Maiko.
There was no indication it was ever tied to everything. The rope was slack when we found it. It's equally likely the killer lacked the strength to push the box down themselves, and set up the rope to make it easier to pull it down. I really feel like you're making a lot of assumptions here, Chattel.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with Lyra this time. I feel like they're catching on to me. I should be careful to try to divert suspicion here. It might be best to go with the option here that throws them off my tracks the best. So am I choosing... No, you're gonna make me choose something that is not true?
But even if it was some sort of trap, I doubt Yuzuki set it up herself. She'd been making consistent progress since her attempt. When I was treating her yesterday, she seemed to be doing a lot better. It seems strange she'd set up her own death, especially not with how well she seemed to be doing.
That's the key word, isn't it? Seemed? You don't actually know if she was actually, you know, she could have been faking it.
It just seems pointless and needlessly spiteful and cruel to make someone a murderer.
Sometimes when people are just about to attempt, they seem to briefly be doing a lot better, usually because they feel like they finally made a decision. It's some psychology bullshit. She talked a lot about wanting her death to have value and meaning when she first asked about the suicide rules. It always kind of off-put me. But I think she did set it up, but not out of spite or anything.
Oh, this is gonna be hard, because I feel like I thought she did set it up herself. But I don't know now. I don't know.
I think she did it to try to get someone out of the game, make someone kill her so they could escape.
Even if she did that... Oh, she probably would do that for Shinku. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, me personally, I think I agree with Lyra, but I'm curious. Okay.
I've got it!
Alright, I'm clearly wrong in every sense.
Dr. Elenius is right. It's likely it was all just to make it easier for someone to hang Yuzuki, probably due to a weight disparity.
I felt bad lying, but I couldn't get caught. My life would practically be over if I was. Even if I wasn't the first killer. Even if I didn't have the threat of execution above me. If I was seen as a killer, I'd most certainly be targeted.
Hold on. I don't agree. I think Lyra was onto something.
Yeah, that does seem like something Mako would do.
Not to mention, the second rope next to the door seems kinda excessive. I feel like the killer could have just pushed off the box themselves.
Plus, there's plenty of objects in the room the rope could have been easily tied to make it act like a tripwire.
Still, it all seems a little risky. How would she guarantee someone entered the room quick enough to set it off without noticing it? The rope is fairly bulky after all. I feel like you'd see it.
They're getting far too close to the truth for my comfort. I don't want to drag out this discussion, but a small lie to get them off my case might help. I just need to make up a small, white lie. One that's believable enough.
That broken
Right,
room!
I just need to... Yeah, this is not gonna be good.
Right! It must have been used to seal up the lecture hall.
Mako could have slipped it in between the door hands, and it would have made the doors almost impossible to open gently. You would have to slam against it with enough force in order to break the broom.
Which probably would have made whoever entered first stumble in with a whole lot of force, likely setting off the tripwire.
Pinky must have jammed it with the broom specifically, so someone would open it with enough force to guarantee they set it off.
So our culprit is whoever entered the room first.
Assuming Yuzuki set this up herself, that is.
I think she did.
Well, Sam was the first to find the body, wasn't he?
The door was already open by the time I got there, I swear!
Oh, Shinku, you and your lies.
You keep saying that, kid. But do we have anything to confirm it?
Yuzuki's body was fairly cold by the time I did my autopsy. So it's likely he's not lying about just finding her.
But your autopsy took place quite a bit after we found Shinku with the body. You went to go investigate the other body first. Not to mention, we don't know how long Shinku had been sitting there by the time we found him.
True.
Hey, you guys seriously don't think I lied to you all, right?
Well, if it came to saving your own skin.
I really think we're being unreasonable here. There's no evidence to suggest he lied. Is there?
But there's no evidence to suggest he's telling the truth either.
There must be something. I'm sure of it.
Right, there has to be.
Well, care to share? We're all waiting, Sam.
Ooh, awkward.
Just give me a second.
Just give me a second to get my story straight here.
I promise you that door was open when I got there. Someone must have seen the body before I did. They're just not speaking up because they know they killed her. They don't want to get caught.
I feel like, I don't know, it's weak.
Now that I think about it. What's the rules involving body discovery announcements again?
The killer doesn't count. You need to have 3 people other than the killer see the body.
3 or more prisoners need to encounter a body in order for the discovery to be set off.
Does that include the killer or not?
No.
Given how few of you there are, yes, the killer does count.
Oh, what the heck? That's not how it usually is.
That announcement went off only after Pigtails and the doc came over, right?
Correct.
So that would add up to 3.
Well, that just incriminates him more, doesn't it?
If someone else found the body first, wouldn't it have gone off earlier?
He's not wrong.
So he's just lying. Great.
No, hold on. There's a flaw in your logic.
I don't think there is.
The body discovery announcement rules here don't prove anything because...
This is looking really bad. There has to be something I can use to defend myself. I can't let them figure this out. I can't let them know. There's a defense I can use here. They can't pin me as a murderer through the body discovery announcement because Dr. Elenius and Takiko were... Okay. They were... Gee, they were what? Together? Is T-O-G... Together? Do I have to get the T first? Or can I just get any letter? Oh, I could just get any letter. Okay. Cats. H, please. Uh-oh, I'm gonna run out of time. Oh no, wait. Took me too long. It took me too long. It took me too long. I'm sorry. I know what it is now. This thing on the side, I can't see. I'm like, it needs to be a bit smaller. The T's over there. Where's the O?
I have my answer.
Ay.
Dr. Elenius and Takiko were together when they found me.
I don't see how that changes shit.
It's impossible to determine if only one of them or both of them set off the announcement. The fact they were together complicates things. Since they both came over at the same time, it could have just been one of them that set it off. If someone saw the body before me, that is.
Yeah, but we know she was alive when he saw her in the room, right?
Which presumably did happen if the doors were already open by the time you arrived.
Right.
Hey, so why were you going to the lecture hall anyway?
Did she leave him a note?
I was about to say, that seems like a strange place to go. There isn't really much to do there.
I
don't remember. Did she leave him a note to go there?
I was just going on a bit of a morning stroll. I was really just looking for things to do while I waited for my washing to be done.
That's a little strange for your standards. Usually you spend your mornings pretty cooped up in your own cell.
I mean, she's not wrong, is she?
Or checking in and helping Maiko, getting breakfast for her, or taking her to get a shower.
But she was in the infirmary last night, wasn't she?
So maybe he was over there checking in on her in the infirmary, and when he couldn't find her in there, understandably panicked and started looking around for her.
Man, Ismene really doesn't sound sure about what she's saying right now. She seems like she's grasping for straws. Because I think deep down she knows that Shinku's lying right now.
But then why the fuck wouldn't he lead with that?
Wait, shit, yeah, why wouldn't he?
Yeah, hello?
I...
This is why. You can't be telling lies. Because once you tell one, you have to tell another, and another, and another, and then it spirals out of control and it becomes a web.
Not to mention, he was getting awfully close to Pinky. If she was going to intentionally get anyone to kill her to get out, it would have been him. Wouldn't it?
Yes?
Hold on! How would she even have known I'd go in there? How could she guarantee someone else didn't stumble onto her first?
Maybe there was a note or something. Or maybe you discussed it.
If they discussed it, there would be no reason for the trap. It would likely be easier to do it directly.
Besides, there's no way he'd agree to that. Not after a promise. He wouldn't.
Ismene really doesn't sound sure about that.
Sam breaking promises and taking the easy way out? What's new?
Oh god. No, 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 no.
He wouldn't. Not like this. Not intentionally.
Well, it seems like the best option to me. I'm kinda starting to believe Pigtail's note theory. Not to mention, it would be easy to get rid of after the fact. Or just keep on him.
But there's no way to confirm that.
I mean, we could check his pockets.
Seriously, I didn't. Just please listen. I promise I'm not lying. I didn't do this. Give me a moment to...
Shut the hell up! God, you and David have more in common than I thought. Saying the same flimsy arguments over and over, and wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting for you. It's clear you're lying. You're the only one who could have set off that trap.
Ezekiel, I promise you that I didn't do this. Just give me a second to explain before you make your baseless accusation.
Oh, blah, blah, blah. We've given you long enough. And you know what you gave us? Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I don't need to give you any more time to come up with a better lie. You should just give up and admit it.
Would you like to save? Yeah, I would. Oh.
It's obvious it's you. What were you even doing down there in the first place? Go ahead and pull out some imaginary first person who saw the body all you like. No matter how you frame it, your story isn't making sense. You're the one who first broke down the door. No doubt about it.
He did. Am I supposed to refute the truth? Huh? Oh god, I wasn't even paying attention. Oh no. Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the colors like an idiot. Okay, everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna guess red. Hello? I don't remember how to do this. I don't remember how to play this.
It's obvious it's you. What were you even
Oh,
doing
I need
down
to
there in
just...
the first
Oh, okay.
place?
Red.
Go ahead and pull
Blue.
out some imaginary first person who saw the body all you like. No matter how you frame it, your story isn't making sense. You're the one who first
Red,
broke
blue,
down
red,
the
green.
door. No doubt about it.
Red, blue, red, green. Oh, I think I just have to red, blue, red, green, and I have to do it in the order that they did it. Red, blue, red, green. Okay, I remember
Of course
now.
my story isn't lining up. My head is a mess right now. I just lost one of my few friends I had left here. This whole morning has been a blur. No one would have their story straight in a situation like this. You of all people should know what it's like.
Don't you dare bring him into this.
Red.
You know what?
No.
Let's fucking talk about how close you two were.
Red, yellow.
Wang said
Yellow,
it
green.
before. If she was gonna help anyone get out of here, it would be you. You made her completely fucking dependent on you. Barely anyone else even talked to her. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me if you gave her the idea to do this in the first place.
Red, yellow, green, red, blue. I don't even know what he's saying because I'm just thinking about colors. Red, yellow, green, red, blue. Red, yellow, green, red. The thing is, I'm not even processing what he's saying because all I'm thinking about is colors.
I wouldn't do that! I wanted her to get better! Would I have stuck with Dr. Linnaeus' rules if I wanted her to hurt herself again? It doesn't make sense. She was doing better. Besides, we still don't know if she was the one who set this all up. You're accusing me of all of this on a random, baseless assumption!
It's like Lai said. Maybe knowing she was finally gonna do it this time gave her some sick sort of peace of mind. Made her seem better. This had to have been set up by her. It's the only thing that makes sense. And you were the one who broke the door! She probably told you to get over there. Through a note or something else. If you weren't in a rush to try and get down there, wouldn't you have noticed the blackout? Done something about it?
Blue, yellow,
And
green,
where
blue,
the hell
yellow, red.
would the first witness even have gone? Everyone, aside from Alora and Takiko, was on the other side of the prison.
Oh, I forgot it. Oh no. Blue. Blue, red. I don't like this game at all.
It's like Lai
Blue?
said. Maybe knowing she was finally gonna do it this time gave her some sick sort of peace of mind.
I feel like I need
Made
to
her
write it
seem
down.
better. This had to have been set up by
Blue,
her.
yellow,
It's the only thing that makes sense. And you were the one who broke the
blue,
door.
yellow, green. Okay, blue,
She
yellow,
probably
green,
told you to get
blue.
over there.
I'm
Through a
sorry,
note
but
or
like, I
something
can't.
else.
It's too many.
If you weren't in a rush to try and get down there, wouldn't you have noticed the blackout? Done something about it? And where the hell would the first witness even have gone? Everyone, aside from Alora and Takiko, was on the other side of the prison.
I feel like this. I don't even know what they're even talking about. Blue, yellow, green, blue, yellow, and then red. I'm sorry, but how am I supposed to do this without messing up constantly?
How do we know she set all of this up? What even confirms that?
The broom.
The broken broom!
It's so weird doing this when I don't agree with what my character is saying.
Huh?
It's the broom. The broom means she put it in there.
If she didn't set it up, then how the hell did someone get in or out of that room without breaking the broom and setting off the trap? You couldn't have exactly placed the broom in the door from the other side, could you? So she set this all up, so whoever entered the room first would be her killer. But you already knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I've known that this whole time.
If you didn't, you wouldn't have lied about the doors already having been opened by the time you got there. But you knew you killed her. You knew what would happen if we caught on. So you lied. Like the coward you are.
Shinku, you...
Come on, Shinku. Think of anything to defend yourself. Anything, please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I just can't stand here and do nothing.
Oh, he.
If it makes him own up to it quicker if opening the door is what killed her, that pretty much confirms she was the second dead.
Yeah, it does.
Iz said she saw him earlier that morning leaving the washing room, so he probably hadn't opened the door by then.
It's likely she died only a little bit before me and Uchiyama arrived. He did seem pretty shocked then.
Yeah, he was totally catatonic. At the time, I thought it was just because he'd lost a friend, but if he killed her, then...
No matter what happened, it's probably for the best that we focus on Blondie specifically, if it's looking like his death happened first.
If we're right about Mai's,
I believe only Kutsuki could properly confirm what happened at this stage.
Yeah, great. We're not gonna be getting anything out of him.
Shinku? Did you...
I'm so sorry. Oh god. It all happened so fast. Oh god, it was so fast. 1 second she was, and then the next...
Kutsuki, what actually happened?
We just want to know.
Well, they know now that it wasn't... They know now that she set it up herself to make it so that the first person who came to open the door would have actually killed her. They know this. They also know that Taka died first, which means whoever killed Maiko or Molly, that means it doesn't matter in the sense that they won't even get executed, so...
After I got back from the washing room, there was this note from Molly in my cell. She told me to go to the lecture hall. It really sounded like a suicide note. I thought maybe it was related to her dare, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I raced over and she was still alive. She was still talking to me, but the door was locked. I couldn't get in, and I was trying. I really was. I eventually was able to break the door open. It took a lot of force, though, and I basically stumbled through. I felt the tripwire below my feet, and before I knew it, she was hoisted up, and I heard this awful snap, and she was gone, just like that.
So... you...
I killed Molly. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to save her.
Shinku.
And you really had no idea this was gonna happen, kid?
No, I really thought she was doing better. I thought I finally started to properly understand her. The night before, we were talking, and she seems so much better. What happened?
Well, maybe it's like what I said earlier. People often seem better right before they're about to do it.
But it wasn't like that. Why would she throw away her life for someone like me?
And in the end, it didn't matter one bit. It's looking like Blondie died first if your story is true anyway.
Yeah, and clearly they would have figured this out immediately. It hasn't even been an hour and they already figured it out. So she didn't really think through what she was gonna do. Like, even if Taka also hadn't died at the same time, if it was just her and Shinku was the blackened, they would have figured it out immediately, and he would have died anyway, and it would have, he wouldn't have gotten out.
What a pathetic attempt at self-sacrifice. You'd think if you were gonna set something like that up, you'd at least make it less obvious who you were trying to get to set it off. Well, it took her about 3 attempts to finally succeed in killing herself, so who's really surprised she wasn't the brightest when it comes to setting this whole thing up?
Okay, no need for that.
Still, a waste of a prisoner slot if you ask me. She was just avoiding consequences once again by throwing her life away. Realized she couldn't get babied anymore, so took the easy way out. Typical.
Stop!
Struck a nerve, O1.
Just, please, shut up. Don't talk about her like that.
Shinku? Hey!
Just stop. Just...
As awful as it is to say, it is looking like she died second. So we should probably focus on Taka right now. We can talk about this later, Shinku. Okay?
She's really gone. And it was all for nothing. She threw away her life for someone like me, only for it to mean absolutely nothing. That's just typical, isn't it? I'm sorry, Molly. I'm so sorry.
Right, yes, let's focus on Taka for now.
We should try and establish where everyone was at the time the murder happened.
Well, to get that, we sort of have to figure out when it happened.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the courtyard when I entered it to get to the faith room this morning. It must have occurred sometime after I entered.
That's if your story holds up.
Why on earth would I lie when we're on a time limit?
Well, Sam had no issue doing it. If he just admitted what happened, it would have saved us a whole lot of time. But no, he had to be a coward about it. Typical.
I didn't want to die!
Oh, so you were willing to throw everyone under the bus if it meant you'd get off scot-free?
Ooh. Was I? I mean, it's natural to try to protect your life. But if Molly's death had happened first, if I was the killer with my life on the line, would I have been willing to...
It's natural instinct to want to protect yourself. I'm sure this morning has been emotionally turbulent for him. Of course he's not going to be acting rationally.
Yeah, you seem to surround yourself with people who lack any sort of rational thinking or impulse control. First David, now Sam? Looking to go 3 for 3?
Why you?
We don't have time for this! Come on, guys! Let's save it for after the trial.
Right.
Iz's alibi is all we have to go off of for a frame of reference for when it happened. So that's what we're gonna go off of, okay? Now, where was everyone during that time? I was looking around for Kiko in the morning. After her truth came out, I wanted to check up on her. I was looking for her when I ran into Zeke, actually.
I went to the courtyard that morning to put some flowers on his grave. It's become something of a habit. I walked in and saw him in the pond. Freaked out and left to go get someone else. And I ran into Asu. I tried to stop them from entering, since, you know, the two were close. And I didn't want her to see him like that. But she raced in anyway.
That's when the body discovery went off, which caused Iz to exit the faith room.
Correct. So that's where us three were.
I can confirm Z left that morning. I stayed in our cell to sleep in, and I kinda slept in most of the morning. I went to go chill in the common room after a bit and heard the body discovery announcements when I was in there. I know, like, being in my cell alone isn't much of an alibi, but it's all I've got.
For what it's worth, I was also alone in my cell most of the morning. I left when I heard the body discovery announcement and saw Scrunchy in the common room, so I can at least confirm that part of her alibi. We kinda stuck together after that, throughout the investigation. We left into the hallway, which is where we ran into the doc who sent us to the lecture hall.
Well, that gives them a slight bit more credibility, at least.
But that's still sometime in the morning where they're both unaccounted for.
Take it or leave it, it's what happened.
I think I went over it before, but I was on the east side of the prison. I was going to go check on Maiko after yesterday. But because of the blackout, I went to Lab 1 to try to reset the fuse box. It was flooded, as you know, which probably caused it. And while I was trying to reset it, Alora came into the room, so she can confirm I was there.
Indeed. I was also going there to try to sort out the blackout. I was doing some work in Lab 2 that morning when the lights went out. It was fairly inconvenient.
And then after the body discovery announcement, we rushed to try and find it, but instead found Shinku in a lecture hall with Maiko, which caused a second body discovery.
I think it's safe to say you, Alora, and Shinku are cleared, considering you were on the complete opposite side of the prison.
So, assuming Iz's account is correct and the body only appeared there later, then who the hell could have done this? We're all pretty much accounted for aside from me and Fu.
All I'm saying is there's someone right by the body who didn't have to go through the hallways or anything, so wouldn't have been spotted.
Oh my goodness, Ezekiel? For the last time.
All I'm saying is I saw no one moving from the west side of the prison when I was going over there. If Isabel's not lying about when the body appeared, then I would have seen someone walking through the hallways, or canteen, or something. If he wandered into the courtyard, she could have murked him easily and moved to the faith room and played dumb when the body was discovered.
But he wasn't... Taka was not killed in the courtyard. He was killed somewhere else and brought there because he was wrapped in a sheet that was completely clean and he was put in the water.
Maybe her plan was messed up by me being in the hallways, so she had to quickly move to the faith room and make up her bullshit story.
It's not made up.
Then why the hell didn't you hear anything, huh? Like, come on! You seriously want me to believe you didn't hear the body getting dumped? Or Taka getting attacked? Or anything?
He wasn't killed there, though.
I didn't, I swear. The only thing I heard the entire time was the water falling from the courtyard, which you always hear when you're in the faith room.
Is it possible that it was loud enough to mask the sound of anything happening?
I doubt it. It only masks noise really close to the pond. And even then, not really.
Well, no one else was close enough to the body to have done something.
Aside from you.
What the hell do you mean?
You were the only one in the hallways, as you've said multiple times already. No one would have seen you if you did anything.
The fuck are you implying?
All I'm saying is, if anyone could have gotten the opportunity, it would be you. It would explain why you were reluctant to let Asuga into the courtyard. You hadn't finished clearing up all the evidence yet.
Are you that much of a sacco? I didn't want them to enter, cause that was their friend! Do you have any idea how much it haunts you to see someone you care about like that? Well, I guess maybe not. You didn't even have the guts to watch him.
Elias, that's enough. Mindlessly insulting one another isn't going to get us anywhere.
He's only doing it because he doesn't have any other defense. It's clear.
I was feeling weak, but I knew I couldn't just sit by and let the others do this. I had to pull my weight somehow, or else they'd really never forgive me.
It can't be Ezekiel.
What?
It can't be Ezekiel due to the BDA rule, the body discovery announcement rules.
I've got it!
The body discovery rules state that the announcement goes off when 3 people encounter it, and this can include the killer, right?
Yep, that's correct.
So the killer sees it first, so you just need 2 people, technically.
Well, given it went off after Asuka and Zeke saw the body, that only makes 2 of them that saw it. It was the announcement going off that brought Ismini out of the faith room after all. So the 3rd person who saw the body is likely the killer, meaning Zeke and Asuka are likely cleared as they must have been the other 2 who saw it that weren't the killer.
It's slightly flimsy logic, but I can get behind it. No one else reported seeing Taka's body that morning, did they?
Nope. There was no one around that side of the prison anyway. Aside from Isabel. Which brings me right back to...
I don't think Iz is the killer either.
Oh, here we go.
Do you seriously think Ismini is that stupid that she would run into the faith room, the room literally directly connected to the courtyard with no other way out of it, after killing someone in the courtyard?
She wouldn't. She's not stupid.
Okay, well, if I said yes...
Oh my goodness, you are testing me.
All I'm saying is if I was in the hallway, then she could have panicked and hid in there.
Why wouldn't I just pretend I'd encountered the body myself and stumbled upon it? I've used the bottom exit of the courtyard. Let's use some critical thinking for once and realize there are a million things I could have and would have done if I'd killed Taka. None of which would be running into the room directly next to the one where I murdered him. That would be a terrible idea.
But then the question stands, who else was on that side of the prison at the time? More importantly, why didn't Ismini hear anything from the Faith Room if he was murdered in the courtyard?
He wasn't, oh my god.
Maybe he was killed somewhere else and then his body was dumped in the courtyard? His body was covered in acid burns. Maybe he was killed in the medicine storage, then moved there?
But then, why didn't Zeke see anyone going through the halls?
It could have happened earlier. It might have been one of the two in their cells. The ones unaccounted for.
But I couldn't have gone out earlier. Zeke was in his cell with me. He would have noticed me leaving.
Right. I only left when I was going to the courtyard. Lai didn't leave at any point while I was there.
Then, that leaves Fu. I mean, he did try and kill Taka before.
And he is unaccounted for.
You're really overestimating how early I get up, kid.
That's not a defense.
Hey! I only woke up when I heard the body discovery announcement. Scrunchy can attest to that. I looked pretty groggy when I got out of my cell, I imagine.
Well, yeah, but looking pretty groggy isn't much of a defense either, is it?
But even if he did the murder fairly early, then moved the body while I was in the Faith Room, wouldn't Seagull have spotted him in the halls? Or even Shinku when he was leaving after doing his washing?
I mean, yeah, there was definitely some time that there were no eyes on the halls, but the timing would have to be pretty tight.
A little too tight for my comfort. I don't know. It's just not making much sense to me.
It's really all we have to go off, though.
It would be handy if we had more specific timings. Besides, I'm apprehensive about Wang. He does have quite a presence. I feel like I would have heard him, or anyone for that matter, entering the courtyard and dumping a body there.
That's also what's still bugging me. How on earth did you not hear the body getting dumped there, or remember hearing anything at all?
Maybe it was done gently. As weird as that sounds, maybe whoever did it was like remorseful in the sense that like they wrapped him in the sheet and then they like gently placed him in the water. Like if it really was like not just dumped there, she probably wouldn't have heard. Because she mentioned that when she's in that room, she can hear like falling water or whatever, or running water. So maybe if it was done gently and quietly, she wouldn't have heard it.
It also makes me wonder if there was a way his body could have been transported there without alerting attention from anyone.
Do you think, I mean, they mentioned before about how the water in the courtyard is like part of the whole system. All the water gets like filtered through there. Do you think like they put him elsewhere and then he just kind of lazy river style into the courtyard?
Hang on! That's it!
Huh? Asuka?
I just realized something super important! There absolutely was a way! Taka told me!
Taka told you?
Hold on, give me a sec. My brain is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Everything's making sense now! We'll figure this out, don't you worry. Just listen closely.
But I like to save always.
Okay, so we've established already that the killer likely didn't physically transport the body through the halls. Cause if they did, either you or Zeke would have spotted them when you were walking through. Which means that the way the killer dumped the body must have been something they could do.
Remotely?
Yatta! You've got it!
Yatta!
But even if it was something the killer was able to do far away, it still doesn't avoid the fact Iz was in the Faith Room. It had to be something she wouldn't have heard or easily noticed. Meaning it was probably... Yep, exactly! Let's keep this up! Right, and according to Taka, all the prison sewage systems are self-sustaining. Apparently, Alora tried to see if she could find an escape through them, but they just loop in on themselves. And there's a small waste treatment plant in the prison itself.
I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of Alora right now.
That's what he told me anyway. He was pretty excited about all of Alora's plans and ideas, even when they didn't work out.
Who else knew about, like, she told everybody, I think, right? About the sewers looping.
Anyway, considering all the water in the prison is reused, it's not out of the question that the sewage system is linked to...
Shower room, the pond, the flooding, the pond, right? Because that's where he was found.
And so... we have our answer!
Waterways. Okay. That wasn't too bad.
Taka's body could have been transported through the waterways.
The who and the what?
The who and the what.
The waterways! The ones used for sewage and stuff. Alora managed to map them out. They circle all around the prison, and all wastewater is treated within the prison itself.
That is correct.
Shit. They really wanted to make this place cut off from everything else, huh?
That's what has made it particularly hard to find an exit. The obvious answers are all dead ends.
They're pretty wide though, right? I remember Taka telling me that both you and him explored them and were able to walk through them and stuff.
Right. Although they're really not the most pleasant. I wouldn't recommend it.
But are there any exposed areas where the body could have been dumped? I mean, obviously it would link to places like the shower block, but all the drains there are far too small.
There's gotta be other exposed areas somehow.
Well, I mean, if Alora and Taka were able to get in, there has to be.
What about the exposed waterway in the East Prison hallways? I've always considered exploring it, but the stream seemed way too rapid.
Either way, the specifics of where his body was dumped don't really matter.
They kind of do.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Well, even so, there's only one person aside from Taka who knows about the layout of the sewage system. Only one person alive who would have known it would have circled back to the courtyard.
Maybe, listen, I am a little suspicious of Alora, but maybe they didn't know that that was going to happen. Maybe they meant to just get rid of Taka's body and have it disappear. You know, they might not have even known that it would have looped into the courtyard and that's where he would have ended up. They probably thought he would end up like, I don't know, gone. So, like, even though, like, I am suspicious of her, also, it could be completely someone different. Because, and they only did it through the fast-flowing stream because they're like, it'll get rid of it, and it'll be gone, and nothing will tie back to me kind of thing. You know?
This is presuming they did this intentionally and wasn't just dumping the body into them to get rid of it without any idea of where it ended up, which is equally as likely.
That's what I said.
No, I think this person intentionally wanted to get Taka into the courtyard, as far away from them as possible.
Well, I do think they wanted to get them as far away from them as possible. I think they caused the blackout because of, it was done in the East Wing, the blackout, right? So when the blackout happened, whoever killed Taka still had him in their arms, right? So when the lights were off, they went to the water system, put him in there, and let it take him away. But I still think it is possible that they didn't know it was going to end up in the courtyard.
And that person is...
Well, it wants me to pick, Alora, right?
I've got it!
I don't know. I am suspicious of her, but I don't know. I don't know if it is her.
Dr. Elenius, The only reason Taka knew about the sewage system in the first place was due to you. You're the only other person in this prison who knew how it worked, who knew where his body would likely end up. And considering your position on the east side of the prison, right next to one of the exposed waterways, you would have had the perfect opportunity.
Well, I see how it is.
I mean, yeah, I agree that she would have had the opportunity. I am suspicious of her, but I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from, but your theory relies far too heavily on assumptions and leaps in logic. But I'm happy to properly defend myself and clear my name if it means we can get this trial back on track. Trust me when I say I would... No. I could never hurt Takahiro.
No. Would I like to save? Sure.
I don't feel good about this at all. I'm kind of disappointed, honestly.
Huh? Why? Double deaths, double the fun.
I don't know. It's just... I guess it doesn't feel the same when someone else set up the death and forced someone to kill them.
I honestly, I don't like that either. I mean, I know it happens quite often in, like, fangans and death games like this, but I'm not really a fan of it either.
It kinda removes individual agency, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm all for a murderer being forced to live on after they've killed and actually face the consequences of their actions. But it's different when they never intended to kill anyone. I don't know, it's weird. Can you really hold them accountable? It just feels like a bit of a cop-out.
That's just what makes it so good. Never asked for this. He's gonna have to live with this for the rest of his time here. No matter what he does, her death will be on his hands. Oh, I just can't wait to see how he'll react. Come on, Millie, don't tell me you're empathizing with Shinko Kutsuki of all people.
It's less about that. It's just... will her life even have value after this? Did it mean anything? What was it all for? If anything, all this will do is get Shinku pity and sympathy. It'll be more about him than her. When it's also kinda messed up for her to make someone unknowingly a killer, but I also can't help but feel bad for...
Don't feel bad for them. They're ultimates. You hate ultimates.
I know. You don't need to remind me of all people. I guess I just prefer when things are more simple, when it's just black or white, right or wrong. When it's messy like this, there's not really a right answer.
Who cares if there's a right answer or if there's a wrong answer? All that matters is what it leads to. The end result is just what you get. You have to live with it. And if it's entertaining, that's good enough for me. You should be happy there's a trial with 2 victims. Those always get viewership to spike up massively. Hi, new viewers. If you haven't, you should totally check out the non-murdery bits as well. Yeah, they're sort of lame, but it's good for getting the context.
I guess plugging ourselves is better than plugging our sponsors.
Was that like the halftime? I feel like we haven't been doing this
Your
that long.
accusation relies solely on the assumption that I'm the only one who could have known about the layout of the waterways. Correct?
That's the main crux of it, yes?
Then your logic is inherently flawed. I'm not the sole person who knew about them. Wang stole the blueprints I'd made mapping out the sewage system, maintenance routes, and ventilation system during one of the days of Truth or Dare.
Right. I remember those blueprints being stolen. But can we confirm that's what they were?
I can. I had a quick look at them when I picked them up. I didn't get, like, an in-depth look, but I can confirm it definitely was what Allura is saying it is.
And considering Wang has attempted to kill Takahiro before, I believe he's the more likely option. Especially considering, out of the 2 prisoners almost entirely unaccounted for, Wang doesn't have an alibi for the early morning like Chattel has.
Right. He could have easily slipped out and done it all that morning. It's a little tight when aligning with the timings of his meanie's account, but everything about the timing of this case is a bit precarious.
Hey, hold on here. The doc always gets up bright and early to do her experiments. Surely she would have heard something, especially if we're assuming the murder happened in Lab 1, given the smashed up tube and everything.
Huh. I guess she was in the room next door.
Yes, the walls are quite thin. It's strange she didn't hear anything.
Maybe she was just really focused on her work?
So locked in she didn't hear a massive glass tube smashing? Yeah, I'm calling BS.
Even all that considered, Fu really does seem like the better option here. And on a personal level, I'd rather lose him than Dr. Elenius. Shinku, Jesus. I'd like to trust in her. I just needed some way to prove Fu could have done it and not been seen. Okay. Oh. Broken broom, blackout, Takiko's account.
If I was on that side of the lab, wouldn't I have been spotted? I mean, come on. I only stabbed him once. I wouldn't do it again.
Well, you didn't stab him, by the way.
If you did it at the crack of dawn, then no one would have been around to spot it.
Okay.
But Alora was on that side of the prison working, wasn't she? Why didn't she hear anything?
I don't know.
I do get very focused on my work. I tend to zone out my surroundings.
Yeah, so much so that you start talking to yourself. What's all that about?
I hardly think that's relevant to the case at hand.
Even if Alora was focused on work, wouldn't me or Shinku have spotted Wang leaving? Even if he was able to slip out quickly, we'd have seen him in the hallways, right?
No, that's wrong!
Okay, I figured. Usually I like to listen to them, but...
The blackout!
Oh, right! I get it now!
The hallways were completely pitch black. I hardly noticed it at the time since I was in a bit of a rush to get to the lecture hall, but if Fu was leaving or slipping out, he absolutely would have had the opportunity to. Especially if the blackout meant he could more easily conceal himself, or was less likely to be spotted.
Precisely.
I don't know. I feel like even when it's dark, you can still kinda feel people are near, if that makes sense. Even if you can't see anything, you can still definitely hear something.
Well, to be fair, Laura and Takiko were likely stressed due to the blackout and focused on resolving that. And Shinku? Well, I don't need to tell you why he might have been a little focused on something else.
Yeah, but how the hell would Wang have planned any of this? He had no clue Molly was gonna kick the bucket.
I'm just confused why I didn't see anything if it's Fu.
What do you mean?
Well, after Z left to go to the courtyard, I hung about in the common room. I had to do some shit for my dare that involved other people, so I was kinda just hanging in there to see who would step in to rope them into it. Seemed like the place with the most foot traffic. I never saw Fu step into the common room. I only saw him leave his cell when the announcement went off. And if we're assuming that around the time Zeke left is just a little bit after Taka's body got dumped, wouldn't I have seen Fu if he was coming back from the east side of the prison?
Okay, well, I'm glad we're mentioning that now, but perhaps next time you have evidence that completely clears someone, you could bring it up before we have a whole debate about it?
That would be nice. I'm not a fan of non-stop debates.
Sorry, being on a lesser dose is messing up my head a bit. I've got a killer headache.
Point is, I'm cleared. That's the end-all be-all of it.
Then who the heck is it?
I owe you one, Scrunchy. If those headaches keep up, let me know. I might have something to help you.
We're not trading one addiction for another. That's a terrible idea.
But that makes our prime suspect.
Alora, why do you look like that?
Well,
Well, is that all you have to say?
I'm trying to think of a reasonable argument. Rest assured, I didn't.
Well, who else was even on that side of the prison? Takiko? I mean, she hated Taka. Is it that out of the question that she'd...
I didn't! I couldn't do that to Sugi! No way!
Right. There's no way she could have done it. Besides, she wouldn't have the strength to carry Taka to the sewage system.
I don't think it's Takiko. I really don't.
I mean, it depends on which room the murder took place in. If it was close enough, even Takiko could have dragged him.
But given how severe the kid's injuries were, wouldn't there be a big mess?
Now that you mention it, why are we so convinced that Takahiro died on that side of the prison? There's various other points in the prison where he could have been dumped out into the sewage system. The one on the east side of the prison is just the most easily accessible.
But the only two people who would be aware of those access points would be you and Fu, and we've already cleared the latter.
I understand you're emotional. Trust me, I understand.
Do you? Cause for someone who apparently cared about him, you've seemed detached this whole trial.
Because I want to get to the bottom of this and make sure we all get out safely. If I let myself get overly emotional, then I wouldn't be the most rational. It's the exact reason why I tried not to get overly attached to anyone here. Right now, the best thing we can do for Takahiro, is find his killer and ensure we don't all die.
Well, if you ask me, we're looking right at her.
Ooh.
Please, Elias,
Dr. Elenius, I want to believe you, okay? You've done so much for all of us. I want to trust you here. It's just, right now, you have to understand how this is all looking.
Trust me, Kutsuki. I understand. I'm not upset at any of you for accusing me. Everything does point in my direction.
But if you have anything that can prove your innocence, we'll hear you out, okay? I understand it might take you a second. It's hard losing someone you care about so suddenly.
Kutsuki.
Oh, touching. The two killers are in it together.
I didn't!
Alright, Alora. Keep it together. Deep breath in. Deep breath out.
I'm sorry.
Circling back to what Wang said earlier. The one about the wounds being so intense they'd leave a mess. He raises a good point. While we're operating on the assumption that the murder happened on the east side of the prison, there's no visible bloodstains.
Yeah, because it was some kind of drug, right?
Wounds of Takahiro's caliber would have left a significant mess. Blood loss from acid burns is incredibly severe. It would have been near impossible to clear that up in the short time frame we're assuming the murder occurred in. So why didn't we spot any?
I mean, did we get to investigate every room on that side of the prison?
Time was pretty tight.
Taki, did you ever get to the infirmary?
No, unfortunately not.
And I'm guessing no one checked the library.
Or the showers. It would be pretty easy to wash blood away there.
So the only rooms we can account for are the lecture hall and the two labs.
That's if Takahiro was murdered on that side of the prison to begin with. Once again, there are various other ways to access the waterways.
You say this, but I thought we already established the murder happened in Lab 1.
Wayne briefly mentioned it, but I wasn't sure if we'd confirmed that.
I mean, there must have been something that happened in here. Why else was the tube smashed?
Someone must have been in there at some point to trigger the blackout.
I assume the blackout was just caused by all the fluid that leaked out of the broken tube.
But then why was the tube broken in the first place?
I don't know.
Wait, I get it now.
Do you? Because I don't.
The tube was used to...
Hide the blood, cause the blackout, or distract us. I don't know.
I've got it!
Hide the blood?
The tube was filled with some kind of fluid, right?
That's why Lab 1 was completely flooded. It all leaked out when the tube was broken.
If the tube was broken soon after Taka was killed, the tube could have floated away all the blood.
Oh.
Or diluted it at least, to make it less obvious.
Oh, I understand now.
I feel like flooding an entire room is far more obvious than just leaving a bloodstain.
A lot of this plan seems really inconvenient, honestly. Acid is such a messy way to kill someone. But even if you did kill someone in that way, you'd still see the blood in the water. It would be discolored.
But I don't think you'd be able to see the discoloration if there was a blackout.
Yeah, you could hardly see anything.
So the flooding provided an explanation for the blackout and hid the blood?
Sounds about right to me. But if you ask me, she probably caused the blackout herself.
Why on earth would I do that?
On the off chance that there was someone in the halls, it would give you a bit more cover when you went to transport his body from the lab to the sewage system.
Surely there's more convenient ways to do that. If Alora of all people killed someone, you'd think she'd have planned it out more meticulously.
Maybe it was impulsive? A lot of this seems pretty inconvenient or quickly thrown together.
Right. If I'd done this, do you think I'd have made it so obvious where he was killed if I was going to take steps to transport his body to the other side of the prison regardless?
You probably were going to.
Excuse me? I'm not sure what you're insinuating.
That's why you returned to Lab 1, right? It wasn't just to fix the blackout. You likely wanted to clear up some of the mistakes you made during the process.
Taki being in there likely threw a wrench in your plans, didn't she?
That would explain why you seemed so shocked when you entered.
I was just shocked by the flooding and blackout. It indicated something had happened and...
Hey, did we ever figure out what the sheet Taka was wrapped in was?
We figured it was some kind of bedsheet. It was one of the generic white ones that are on the beds in the labs and infirmary.
And we didn't think to bring this up earlier?
To be fair, anyone could have stolen it from the laundry. And no one mentioned seeing any of them missing.
But no one went to the infirmary, and the only ones who went in either of the labs are Alora and Taki.
And I couldn't see anything due to the blackout.
I imagine the flooding and blackout also distracted you. You likely had bigger things to focus on.
What was the purpose of the sheet in the first place?
Well, given the killer was so scared of being spotted in the hallways they triggered a blackout, my best guess is the sheet was used to... I've got it!
Okay, that
Given
one's
the killer
easy.
seemed very concerned about being spotted in the hallways, I'm guessing the bedsheet was used to further conceal Taka's body in case they were spotted from far away.
That makes sense. This all just feels way too sloppy for Alora.
I mean, I kind of agree with that. I feel like if she were to do it, it would be way more thought out and meticulous and planned.
Well, if it was overly precise and meticulous, we'd all assume it was her, wouldn't we?
Also a fair point.
Yeah, reverse psychology and all that shit.
That's not what...
Then what is it? 'Cause everything's pointing to you. I want to be reasonable here, but you can't deny it. Who else could it possibly be?
I don't know. I hadn't...
Yeah, go on. We caught your ass pretty early, so I'd say you got a solid 30 minutes to an hour to try to bullshit your way out of this.
Ah, the classic Isabel special. Too bad Shinku murked Molly. No one to push the blame onto this time.
Is now really the time?
As much as I hate to say it, Dr. Elenius, it's you, isn't it?
I don't know, because it feels like it's way too early to actually determine who the killer is. It's only been an hour and a half, and I really feel like there's still like 2 hours left of this.
You really?
No, it's not like that. You see, well, I...
Give it a rest, kid. You're running out of arguments.
Wait, but if she dies, then our one chance out of here.
No, I just.
Wouldn't be all that much of a loss. If she hasn't come up with something already, we're not getting out. I'll give her credit. She tried her best. Those blueprints were pretty thorough, but it all looped right back into the prison. No way out. If I kept working to find every possible exit was a dead end, I'd crack under the pressure eventually.
This was just because she cracked under pressure? Taka died because she...
No, it's not! It's not like that! Not at all! I didn't.
Come up with that defense yet?
Uh-oh.
Why? Why on earth would I kill him in such a painful and horrible way when I cared about him? I cared about him so much. I wanted him to do better. I did, and I tried not to get attached. But he just... Oh, God, he didn't deserve to die like that. Why on earth would I do that to him? Out of anyone here, why would I pick such a messy and horrible method for someone I actually cared about? Despite all my best efforts not to.
That's true. It's a pretty messed up thing to do to anyone, let alone someone you care about.
But we already established he wasn't killed by the acid burns, didn't we?
Then what was the point of them in the first place? If you were just going to slit his throat anyway, why would you be so cruel?
I wouldn't. I could never be that cruel to someone I cared about. I'm not a monster.
That's why you tried to stop them, didn't you?
What?
Excuse me.
She clearly tried to stop the pain from the acid burns through...
I've got it!
Is that why he had scabbed over?
You cauterized the acid burn soon after he sustained them, didn't you?
That's why they were scabbed over.
It was likely a rush job, but that would explain why the pond water was clear. There was no sign of blood in it.
The wound also has all the key signs of chemical cauterization, with all those weird black spots and shit.
And how would you know that exactly?
It's a long story. I don't think it's worth getting into here. But I feel like if I knew that, then the ultimate biochemist would definitely know. So it seemed weird to me she didn't say anything about it despite doing the autopsy.
I'm really glad you have all this really useful evidence and only choose to pull it out this late into the trial. You really know how to keep us on our toes.
Wow.
Okay, I'm feeling a lot of negativity coming from you, and you know, it's getting kinda...
So, she just didn't mention the wounds were clearly chemically cauterized because she thought none of us would know the signs?
Probably because she also knew none of us likely knew what you had to use to chemically cauterize something aside from her. So if it was clear the acid burns were cauterized that way, it could easily link back to her.
But that still doesn't answer the question of why on earth you'd even use acid in the first place. That's just cruel. What is even the point of cauterizing them if you were just going to kill him anyway?
If you want my 2 cents, it was probably to put him out of his misery.
What?
Why she used the acid in the first place is beyond me, but it's clear she regretted it almost as soon as she did it. Did a sloppy chemical cauterization job. Then, you know, maybe figure to herself, wow, if everyone finds out I did this to Taka, then I'm as good as dead. So thought she might as well take the ticket out of here while she still had it.
Or maybe she just got impulsive and snapped on the kid due to all the pressure of her work, when she realized there really wasn't a way out of here.
No, that's not...
Point is, no matter what the circumstances were, it doesn't really matter. She still did it, and he's still dead.
And she's going to be gone soon.
Is she? I don't know. Even if she did know about the acid, even if he went to her, maybe someone threw the acid on him and he went to her for help. And she tried to fix it. I don't know. I feel like I'm grasping at straws. But like, I don't know. I feel like there's something else going on here and that it's not actually her.
Wait, but that means our one way out.
Is that seriously all you care about, kid?
No, don't yell at him. I should have tried harder. I should have done more. I'm sorry. Taka, I'm so...
Alora? What happened? What really happened? What did you do to him?
Saint-Teal,
You're not gonna get anything out of her. It took her half the trial to even admit she cared about him. And she only did that to defend her ass. We should just pack it up and vote.
No, I think it's way too early to do that.
I hate to agree with Ezekiel, but that's likely the best thing we can do right now.
I really don't feel good about this, but...
Not like this! Wait! No. I can't. It can't end like this. It can't have all been for nothing.
Huh?
No, that wouldn't be fair.
What's she talking about? What?
Dr. Elenius, is everything okay?
I wish she would just, like, say what she has to say instead of being, like, so cryptic about everything.
Kutsuki, surely you understand what it's like to lose someone you care about.
I understand what you're saying, trust me, I know how it feels, but... Please, you must know how this looks for you.
Of course my arguments aren't entirely foolproof. I'm not thinking the most rationally right now. But I can't die here. I haven't done enough yet, so I'll prove this wasn't me. I'll take down everyone's arguments one by one, if that's what it'll take. You just have to understand. I couldn't. No, I didn't hurt Taka. Takahiro.
An argument armament is about to start. You will be overwhelmed by questions and only have an extremely short amount of time to answer them. I don't know, this feels weird. Is it her? Try to be quick on your feet and answer them the best you can. Each time you get a question right now, you wear down her defenses. Try not to make the time limit cause you to make any rash mistakes you might regret. Oh boy. Good luck. I will need it. I'm scared.
Please, Kutsuki. I can still get us all out of here. We'll find the actual killer. Don't you worry. I just need more time. Please, be patient with me. There has to be a way out of here.
2 plus 2.
No, I wouldn't stoop to something so rash. Please.
I'm doing math right now.
Even if it was my only option, I couldn't murder someone. Especially not. Regardless, the whole thing was incredibly poorly done. Using the test tube to clean the lab is such a poor choice. Not to mention the method used to kill him. Do you really think I'd choose something like that? I couldn't.
Oh, oh boy.
To him. There has to be a way out of here.
What is it? 40?
You know I wouldn't stoop to something
45?
so rash. Please.
Oh boy.
Even if it was my only option. Please, Kutsuki. I couldn't. We'll find the actual...
Oh my god, please don't judge me.
Regardless, the whole thing was incredibly poorly done. Using the test tube to clean the lab is such a poor choice. Not to mention the method used to kill him. Do you really think I'd choose something like that? I couldn't. Not to him.
Okay.
There has to be a way out of here. You
You
know I wouldn't stoop to something so rash. Please.
Oh, it's not 45, you idiot. It's 35,
Even if it
you
was
dummy.
my only option, I couldn't murder someone.
Oh.
Especially not.
Oh my god, I feel like so stupid.
Regardless, the whole thing was incredibly poorly done. Using the test tube to clean the lab is such a poor choice. Not to mention the method used to kill him. Do you really think I'd choose something like that? I couldn't. Not to him. It's easy to do that to someone when it's just data on a spreadsheet. When they're just controls or conditions.
I'm sorry, please don't judge me and my horrible math skills. It's 1 o'clock in the morning and also I'm bad at math.
But even I couldn't do that to someone I cared about.
Especially if I have to do math on the spot.
Oh, God. I cared about him. You have to understand. I am awful with loss, Kutsuki. It's shameful to admit it, but I can't stand it. I told myself to emotionally detach myself.
How was the bleeding stopped?
I didn't want to get close to someone.
What room did Taka die in? The lab? What killed Taka?
I knew it would just throw me off if someone died.
How did his body get to the
I
courtyard?
knew I'd become useless.
Who died first? Taka. Oh my god.
And how you have... It's...
That was evil. I'm sorry, that trick question was evil. I realized it as soon as I saw Mint's name was there.
I was really the only hope of getting out. I tried. I really did. I tried and I would have continued to try. Two months. 2 months
Who
of
found
becoming
Taka's
hopeful,
body first?
just to be let down.
I can't. I feel so stressed out right now. Who found Taka's body first?
Just for another dead end.
The killer, right?
I'm sorry.
Or Zeke, I guess.
Let everyone down.
What was
I
used to clean
know.
the blood in the lab? What concealed Taka's body?
All I can do is
Who
apologize
spotted
now.
Alora returning to Lab 1? Takiko.
But when things were looking dire, when it seemed like I exhausted the last option, it was him who would look at me with wide eyes and ask us what we were trying next. He was so convinced there was another option.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
He never even considered we'd run out.
I haven't been paying attention to a single word she's been saying.
I couldn't let him down. I couldn't. I couldn't let any of you down.
Uh-oh. More. I don't want to do more.
There's nothing to say. I just have to keep on going. I can't let it be for nothing. I can't have the fact he's gone be for nothing. I just can't.
What did the killer
sorry.
do to further hide
just-
the body when transporting it?
I'm scared. I'm really scared.
Taka's body was transported across the prison to...
I don't want to die, Kutsuki.
Oh god. I'm sorry.
I didn't want him to die either.
I'm so stressed out. I can't.
But
30
I knew if it was like that.
Molly was trying to do what? Get Shinko out.
Well, what kind of a life even is that? I made my choice.
We know Alora knew
I
about
don't
the
care
sewage
what
system
that
layout
says about
through.
Who am I
17
kidding?
times 3. Stop.
That wasn't my choice to make.
Okay,
I just can't.
34. 51?
I'm sorry. I'm just...
The sewage system was self-sustaining and was filtered
I'm scared.
into...
I'm really
Lord.
scared. I can give you as many excuses as I'd like.
I don't like this.
The truth is,
I feel so dumb.
I couldn't lose her again.
Her? Who's her?
You have to understand.
What's she talking about?
I don't know what I'd do if she was really gone.
Who?
I really am pathetic.
What is she? What? Who is she talking about? No more advance. Make it stop.
If I was really the one behind this, why would the murder be so sloppy when everything I do is meticulously planned?
I don't know. It was an accident.
I'll rewrite those words.
Did she really do it? It feels way too soon. What? Hold on. What? What was she talking about? I didn't want to lose her again. Who's this her she's talking about? What? Did she really do it? I mean, why else would we have that argument? But I still feel like it's way too early. Like, why is this trial so short?
That's why it was so sloppy and impulsive, wasn't it? It was an accident.
I'm so sorry.
What?
I really, truly am sorry. Are we privy to talk about our dares now?
Oh no.
Oh, sure, go for it.
I had a dare about disfiguring someone with acid.
What? And you would do that over your truth coming out?
I'd initially intended to do it to myself. I didn't want to rope anyone else into it. But he interrupted me. Taka, that is.
But how on earth did he?
Was he trying to stop you? Or...
I wish it was that.
Oh.
I fear it's more pathetic.
Alora?
It was self-defense.
What?
Yeah, sure.
He was trying to destroy my earpiece.
What?
I freaked out in the moment, and one thing led to another, and all the acid spilled all over him. I rushed to clean it up, to cauterize it, but then, by that point, the state of him, I thought it would be less painful if I put him out of his misery.
So she did do it.
You did what?
I'm so unbelievably sorry.
You did all of this over your earpiece?
I didn't mean to. I was scared to lose her.
Who is her?
Lose who? What are you even saying?
You can pretend to be remorseful all you like, but you're no different from Jakul in my eyes. All this bullshit about not meaning to, it being an accident. At the end of the day, you still took the choice to slit his throat.
And you still left details out of the autopsy. You still tried to cover it up. You're only sorry because you got caught. If we hadn't pieced it together, you wouldn't have said anything. You'd have been fine with throwing us all under the bus, with all of us dying.
I can't believe it. His death. What did it even...
What did either of Molly and Taka's deaths even mean?
I don't know. So everything about this is just... Is it just me, or does it feel too soon?
I'm sorry for making this so difficult for everyone. At the end of the day, I really can't excuse my actions. I was scared to die. But that's not special or anything. Everyone is. I'm just sorry I couldn't find us a way out. Maybe you'll all have better luck.
So, you really did do this? Forgive me, I'm just a little shocked. Out of everyone here, I just thought that you would perhaps be...
I'm sorry. In reality, I'm just as scared as the rest of you. I wish I could have been less selfish, less impulsive, less pathetic.
So, are we all on the same page on what happened here?
It would probably be for the best to run it over. Just to be safe.
I guess we do have the time.
Here, let me summarize it.
Oh boy.
I think it would make people a lot more comfortable with voting.
So we're summarizing now. Yeah, it is her. I'm genuinely shocked because I thought this would be way longer.
I think I also need to clear up some things with Molly's death as well.
Do what you wish.
All right.
Okay. Would I like to save? Yeah, I would. What the heck's going on? In this minigame, you put the panels. Okay. So it is her. Put them in the right order. Burns. Why does that not make any sense at all? Why? How am I... I'm sorry, but how am I supposed to know that Molly is supposed to be first? In what universe? Oh, Taka. That's the blackout. His Mene is with Shinku for some reason. Oh. Alright, let me start again. Okay, thank you, game. Let me just start again. Thank you, please. I'm an idiot. Let's not talk about it too much, okay? It's stressing me out. It's hard. Listen, I think it's hard when they don't have any text descriptions. I feel like it would be easier for me to put it in the right order if there were text descriptions. Okay.
Let me unravel
Okay.
this case for you. This case started last night when Molly decided she was going to take her own life. She gathered all the necessary materials to set up her planned contraption: ropes, weights, the box, and a broom. She set everything up so that when the door was broken down, the tripwire would cause the box to fall to the ground and hoist her up by the neck, killing her. She set this all up to cause someone else to murder her, so she'd be able to take her life while helping someone get out through it, giving meaning to her death. But she needed to wait till morning to fully execute it. The next day, the killer was up early trying to accomplish her dare, which involved her disfiguring herself with acid.
No, Taka.
In the middle of her attempt, Taka walked in on her and tried to take and destroy her earpiece, for what I assume was a dare. This made the killer freak out, and after a small altercation, the acid was poured over Taka, giving him severe acid burns. The killer panicked, not wanting to hurt the boy, and quickly grabbed something to chemically cauterize the burn before Taka sustained more damage. This also prevented further blood loss, stopping the room from getting overly messy, but it was already pretty bad at this point. Although, seeing the state he was in, the killer decided that it was better to put Taka out of his misery, and decided to kill him in that moment by puncturing an artery in his neck. The killer proceeded to break one of the test tubes to cause flooding in the lab, in an attempt to cover up the blood on the floor. The decision was impulsive and sloppy, further evidence that the killer didn't have the time to think this through properly. After this, the killer wrapped Taka in one of the bed sheets from the bed in the lab to conceal his body. They then tampered with the fuse box to cause a blackout, hoping these two measures would help prevent them from being seen as they transported Taka's body. Meanwhile, I ran into Ismini in the West Prison hallway when I was coming back from the washing room. After we departed from one another, Ismini moved through the courtyard to get into the faith room. At this stage, Taka's body was not in the pond. I returned back to my cell after this, where I found a note that Molly had left for me telling me to come to the lecture hall. As I found this note, the killer dumped Taka's body in the waterways in the East Prison. He proceeded to float through them to the courtyard. His body ultimately ended up in the courtyard pond and was found soon after by Ezekiel, who had gone in there to place flowers on Mint's grave. Meanwhile, the killer returned to Lab 1 to restore the lights by messing with the fuse box. Unfortunately for them, Takako was already trying to fix it. This complicated the killer's plan, but they played along with it. As this was happening, I went to the lecture hall, trying to stop Molly's suicide. Due to the broom that was stopping the door, I was unable to get in initially. It took me slamming to the door and breaking the broom for it to open. Which meant as I entered, I set off a tripwire, hoisting Molly into the air and killing her as the weights toppled to the ground. During this time, Asuka was looking around the west part of the prison for Takiko. As they were looking, they ran into Ezekiel leaving the courtyard. He tried to prevent her from entering, but she did anyway, spotting Taka's body and triggering the first body discovery announcement. Which spurred Ismini to leave the faith room, shocked to find the body considering she heard nothing happening in the courtyard due to the murder occurring elsewhere. It also spurred Takiko and the killer to start looking for the body. They found me by the entrance to the lecture hall and found Molly's body, triggering the second body discovery announcement. But due to the second killer rules, only the first killer counts for the purposes of this case. the killer of Taka Takahiro, and the one who will face punishment at the end of this trial, is you, Alora Elenius, the ultimate biochemist.
I don't know if it's just me. It feels a little anticlimactic to me. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. It feels like it's too soon. Or is it just me? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Something is off about this whole thing, and I just feel like it's way too soon for it to be over. Like, I genuinely was like, okay, I'm gonna do 2 hours here, 2 hours there. It's gonna be about 4 hours long. Because that was like the length of the last one. So to get here so fast, something's weird. Something's really weird here. It just doesn't feel... It doesn't feel as intense as it did last time when it was revealed that it was Dracul, right? I don't know. Something about it is weird. It's off. I don't like it.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
That's all you have to say?
What else is there to say that hasn't already been said?
This just feels like so much loss for nothing.
2 unwilling killers? Talk about boring! The first time? Fine, sure, it can be cute if you execute it well. The second time? Boo! Give me something to hold people accountable for!
Can you just shut up for once? I don't care if it's entertaining or not. It's what happened. And we're the ones who are going to have to live with it.
At least you are. I apologize for not being collaborative, for concealing the truth. I don't know if I'd actually have been able to live with myself if I won. But I thought if I didn't, then Taka's death would have been for nothing.
He should be alive right now, Alora.
So, what? We're just gonna have to live with Sam being a killer?
Seems that way.
No offense. I'd rather take the doc over him, but hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Trust me, I'm envious of her right now. At least she won't have to live with it on her conscience.
Kutsuki, I don't want to.
Let's just vote already.
Wow, that felt kinda short for 2 bodies.
What I'm saying, something's weird.
You guys have really gotta start coming up with more convoluted plans. You know, a majority of people only tune in for the trial streams and not much else. If you keep having simple cases like this, we're gonna get a bad rep! Well, anyway, that concludes the trial, huh?
Does it? Does it?
Hope next time is a bit longer.
Does it though? Does it? I mean, I'm gonna do a little bit more tonight. It is very late. I'm very tired. But I felt empty. This all felt hollow. I feel like I was only saved by the fact that we had Taka's murder to focus on. When all this was over, when there was no hope of escape any other way, when Dr. Elenius was gone, there would only be one way out of here. And if you were going to take it, you'd feel less bad about killing a murderer, wouldn't you? I'm awful. I'm making this about me again. Molly, I just wish you were here right now. you shouldn't have thrown away your life for someone as pathetic as me. I could talk all I wanted about wanting to live life with you, about there being a future. But I was just as pathetic as Dr. Elenius, clinging onto the things I loved, the familiar, to not have to face what I lost. Even if Taka hadn't died, even if I had gotten out, you couldn't call what I do living. I'd be right back to doing the same thing I was before. I'd be right back to being cooped up again. I know it sounds hollow, but I truly, really am sorry. That doesn't change a thing, I know. But I wish things hadn't ended up like this. Before we vote, I'd just like to ask something for peace of mind. That should be fine. We've still got a bunch of time left, haven't we? Alora, those acid burns, those injuries, were they survivable? My back is killing me. I can no longer sit in this chair for long periods of time. It would have taken a lot of fairly intensive care. I don't even know if we had the correct resources in the prison to sustain him until we could get him corrective plastic surgery, or the exact extent of his injuries, but Alora, were they survivable? Potentially, yes. The acid wasn't on him for long. So yes, I know, I made that choice for him. But you have to understand. His career relied heavily on his appearance, on how he looked. If he managed to get out like that, he wouldn't have been able to get back to that. And what else did he have? That industry made him. It raised him. It was all he knew. That's only if I could have saved him and treated him properly, which would be intensive and not even guaranteed to work. I can't imagine how painful it would be for him either. So yes, I made the choice to end his life. I thought it was for the best. What on earth gave you the right to choose that for him? Why do you always think you know best? Why didn't you even ask him what he wanted? You didn't have the right to decide that for him. You know you didn't. And all this over what? Your earpiece? Are you serious? What's so special about it anyway? It's not important. You killed someone over it. I'd say whatever it is, it's probably pretty frickin' important to you at least. You owe us that, at the very least. We deserve to know what you did it all for. I couldn't. You can't. You wouldn't understand. It's... If I'm going to die, at least let me keep my last scrap of dignity. You can't even... Zeke. Foo. On it. Huh? Wait. Before Dr. Elenius could react, Ezekiel moved forward and grabbed one of her arms. Fu caught on pretty quickly and grabbed the other arm, holding her back. When she was restrained, Lyra quickly moved forward and grabbed her earpiece, despite Dr. Elenius' continued resistance.
Wait! You can't!
Don't you think this is going a little too far?
Don't you think we deserve answers?
She's been all too comfortable keeping stuff to herself for far too long.
I never meant to. I was just trying to make sure the cat wouldn't catch on.
What?
Don't!
Now let's see. What exactly is this?
What? Lyra popped the earpiece in her ear. Immediately, her reaction seemed to shift.
What the hell?
What is it?
A woman. But it sounds weirdly robotic, like one of those AI voices.
What?
Laura, what the hell is this?
And why did you kill Taka over it?
I'll explain everything. I will. Just give her back, please.
What is going on?
Just don't break it. I won't hide anything. Just don't destroy her.
Well, Suya, it's your call.
Huh?
I feel like out of everyone here, you've got the right to decide whether we should hear her out or not.
She's going to die soon anyway. I know it's a lot right now, but even if you don't feel like hearing her out now, you might regret it later.
I want to hear it. I want to hear the truth.
Well, you're the boss.
Lyra took out the earpiece and tossed it over to Dr. Elenius, who Fu and Zeke let go of. She immediately scrambled to pick it up. I hadn't seen that level of desperation from Dr. Elenius before. She was like a scared child clinging to that earpiece, in contrast to how professional and well put together she usually was. Now, she looked incredibly small.
Thank you.
Well, Doc, looks like you've got a whole bunch of explaining to do.
I don't even know where to start.
Who is that woman?
Lilith.
Your hostage?
She was my patient for several years, and the first real friend I had my age. Before I met her, I'd been living life on autopilot. I didn't mind. I understood my life was of great importance. But I had a lot of expectations to uphold. I did what I was told without thinking about it. I detached myself from my work because, well, it's easier to make sacrifices if you don't get attached. But Lilith was different. She was my age, and she treated me as though we were equals. I was used to being othered, seen as too old for my age, isolated based on my perceived maturity. I was fine with it. It gave me time to focus on my work. But she didn't care about any of that. She was just glad to be able to talk to someone her own age, too. It was the first time I felt I had someone I could smile around, laugh around, relax around, not have to uphold the image I had to maintain for the public. Until then, I'd just been my parents' daughter, the wonder child. Sometimes I felt like nothing more than a living machine, quietly performing my purpose day in, day out, not thinking too hard about how much I felt about it all. I didn't want to be an inconvenience, a nuisance. I knew my parents had the best intentions in mind for me, so it would be selfish to act like I was upset with the position they'd put me in. But with Lilith, I was finally a Laura. I was finally me. It felt like there was color and life, even if in just that little part of the day. I didn't second-guess what I said. I didn't feel like I was being watched. I just felt calm. I struggled to describe how I felt about her. It wasn't love in the traditional sense, but I grew to care about her so deeply. But of course, She was under the hospital's care for a reason. We were only referred patients to test experimental treatments on when it was terminal. And she was no exception. I thought everything would be the same as before. I thought I could just move on how I did before. But I couldn't. I was devastated. I couldn't drink. I couldn't eat. I couldn't do anything. I felt such heavy, strong, guttural grief. And I felt guilty for feeling that way. I felt childish. Everyone was depending on me. They needed me to get back to work. I couldn't stop. I couldn't let something affect me that much. It terrified me how much her loss affected me. I couldn't lose her. I couldn't lose that calm. I couldn't lose that color. I know the sensible, mature thing to do would just be to move on, to process my grief normally, but I'm awful with loss. The idea I'd never see her again was... So I did something far more pathetic. Far worse. Any conversations with her I had recorded, any messages, anything I had, I put it into an artificial intelligence. One of those silly chat models. I let it train off of her data, off of whatever I had left of her. And of course it didn't work. Of course it's off. Of course it hardly ever sounds like her. But sometimes it gets it right. And I hear her again. And as pathetic as that is, I need that. I need that sometimes. Those fleeting, tiny moments where it's right, where she's her again. I know it's far from real, but it's the only thing that kept me going. And I didn't even know when we were getting out, or if I even would be allowed to access any of those logs or her data again once we were so... When he tried to break it, I couldn't. I couldn't lose her. God, I really am pathetic. I'm nothing but an immature child, feigning maturity when I'm secretly just still no better than that small girl I've always been, hiding my mistakes and errors from my parents, desperate to not let them down. Please don't forgive me for what I did to Taka. Please don't forgive me for not getting us out. I'm wretched. I don't deserve any pity. So, don't feel any regret voting me. I just apologize that I deceived you for this long into thinking that I was in any way well-adjusted. I'm sorry for pretending to be any kind of authority, for giving you false hope. You deserved more than to have to rely on someone like me.
Laura.
Oh, I won't feel any regret, all right. It was your own choices that led you here, after all. You made the choice to end Taka's life. You thought it was for the best of him. Just like you made the choice to bastardize Lilith's life to keep her alive and that adorable little AI assistant you're so attached to. You've always made choices solely based on what you think is best, Allura. All those flowers you'd press, dead animals you'd taxidermy, specimens you'd preserve in resin, prolonging their lives indefinitely because you thought it was for the best. Do you think they wanted to be alive forever? Or did you just not want to lose them? Well, you know the answer to that already, don't you? The keep living in your precious memories, refusing to move on. Your body will continue to age, but as long as your mind stays in the past, you'll always be that scared little girl, crying over breaking her favorite beaker, gluing it together in an attempt to keep it around, and hiding it out of fear of your parents getting upset you broke something they got you, out of fear of having made a mistake. Lilith has been dead for many, many years, but as long as you didn't acknowledge that, you wouldn't have to tell the others that during the hostage motive, would you?
You did what?
Wait, yeah, if she was dead, then...
We let our loved ones get hurt over some fake, shitty AI? I was scared they'd break her. I didn't want to. I knew it was bad, but I'm sorry. At the end of the day, I'm horribly, painfully, and agonizingly human. With all the messiness and bias and irrationality that comes with that. Perhaps that's why, in a way, I admired Taka. Maybe he just wasn't aware of it, but he made no attempt to hide all of his irrationality, all his messiness, everything that made him human. In that way, even when he was throwing his tantrums, or begging for Saint Teal to talk to him again, I always saw him as far less pathetic than me. And now he's gone too. Everything I seem to get attached to shatters. I hate it.
I don't even know what to say.
I did what I thought was best in the moment.
Oy.
That seems to be all you ever do. You make all these choices just 'cause you think you know best.
I'm not really sure you're the one who gets to talk about making choices for others.
This isn't about that. I just... All of this was over some AI of a dead girl? Some AI that's not even like her? That she didn't even ask to be made? He died because of that?
I'm so sorry.
Let's just vote. I feel like the more we hear about this, the worse it's going to get.
No! He trusted you! When everyone else was doubting you, he put his trust in you! He trusted you to keep him safe! To keep us all safe! He would be ashamed to see how sad you really are. He would have done anything for you. If he thought it would be useful, if you thought it would even start to pay you back for giving him a chance. But the second things got rough, the second he became too much of a handful, you didn't even give him a chance to say what he wanted. You just decided it would be better if he was gone. What on earth made you think you had the right to choose that? It's not like you're any more mature than us. You're just as scared and irrational as the rest of us. You just hide it. And he was... No, we were stupid enough to fall for it too.
Saint Teal.
I'm glad he never had to see what you really were.
At that moment, Dr. Elenius just broke. And before we knew it...
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for pretending. I just wanted to.
And Alora just started crying, unable to say anything else. I felt an awful pit in my stomach. No one came to comfort her. No one said a word. We all just looked at the woman in front of us crying like a child. I felt awful. I didn't want her to feel like this. Even after what she did to Taka, at the end of the day, it was still something of an accident. Just like Molly. She never wanted to kill him. In that sense, I felt a lot of pity towards her. And my reputation was already down the drain now I'd killed Molly, so I didn't care what anyone would say.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You can cry.
Katsuki,
It's not your fault. It's okay.
he's dead because of me.
Hey, it's okay. Let's cry together. It's all going to be okay. It's okay. We can rest now. Shh. It's okay. It's been a really long day, hasn't it?
I'm so tired.
It's okay. Let's rest now. It's okay.
Oh, great, this again.
Lay off her. You don't know what it's like. Losing someone you care about is one thing. Knowing that you're responsible is another thing. Oh God, it's a whole other thing. I still remember. She was talking just before I managed to get the door open, saying so many awful things about herself. In my next life, I hope I'm reborn as someone who's easier to love. Didn't she know that she already was loved? I wish she knew how loved she really was. I don't know what more I could have done to show her that. I feel awful. No one deserves to die feeling so unloved. Sorry. I'm making this all about me again. I'm so selfish.
Hold on.
What?
I'm sorry, kid. What did she say?
What?
About wanting to be reborn as someone who's easier to love?
What?
Hey, did she say anything else?
Huh?
I don't remember all of it, but how there was something wrong with her. How it's always been about when and not if. How she didn't want her death to be for nothing. Everything feeling temporary.
We can't vote.
Why?
What?
If we vote now, we're all going to die.
Excuse me? What? What? Huh?
I don't understand. I killed Taka.
Wait a second. Whoa, wait a second here. Do you think... Is it possible that Molly died first? What the heck's going on?
This isn't about him.
What?
I think we're very, very wrong about Pinky's death.
What?
Why does he say that?
Boy, Cat, how much longer do we have left for discussion?
Just under an hour.
Perfect.
Fruit, what's going...
I'll explain in a moment.
Now's not exactly the time to be mysterious. We're kind of on a time crunch here.
Alright, I'll cut to the chase. I've heard Pinky say all that stuff before.
Wait. Is he insinuating that it was like a recording? And the voice that... and Shinku heard her talk, but she wasn't actually talking, it was just a recording and she was already dead?
Well, yeah, she was venting to anyone who would listen to her. I'm sure everyone has heard that sort of stuff from her.
No, I mean those exact words.
You...
So, what? She was rehearsing her suicide?
I think it's more than that.
I think he's insinuating that she died first. So that means whoever killed her is the actual Blackened. And Alora, even though she did kill Taka, is gonna just go scot-free. I think he's saying that she what Shinku heard her say was some kind of recording. And she was already dead in that room for who knows how long.
I really feel like this is blowing a small thread out of proportion.
Right. Even if she said all those words before, it doesn't mean anything. She was likely just repeating herself.
Let me give you some advice.
What?
I can prove she wasn't, kid.
What?
Oh boy. I've got some explaining to do.
Oh, yeah, you do, because what is happening?
Oh well, I know when to cut my losses. And if I've gotta tank my gains to save my skin, that's just business.
What are you...
Let me walk you through this, kid.
What?
Alright, kid. Let me just preface this by saying it's gonna sound bad.
I can't.
But you know, if you expect anything else from me at this point, you're just fooling yourself. So, you've probably noticed from all the drinks and small talk. But back when I was locked in my cell, when you were all guarding me, I had a little side hustle going on. You caught on to what that was, right, kid? What was I trying to do?
I don't know. Get us to open up, escape, or get us drunk.
Bingo. Right on the money,
I
kid.
don't remember. I can't, this minigame is hilarious.
And let me tell you, it worked. Sure, some people resisted, but at least I got to see what made certain people tick.
So, he's saying that that's something that Molly had confided in him about, and she said that to him a while ago. So it's looking like she was recorded, and that she was dead in the morning. So when Shinku heard her talking, she was not actually alive. And it's looking like she was actually killed first. Which, if so, oh my god. Because that just means Alora is gonna get off, you know, scot-free for killing Taka.
Others just took the chance and spilled out their guts to me. And hey, I know an opportunity when I see one. Before I was let out and got my hands on everyone's truths, I was actually planning on using that info to... Well, you're smart. You can figure it out, kid.
What?
Exactly. You get me, kid.
Take your shirt off? What?
But of course, blackmail doesn't exactly work if I just know. You need something tangible to use against the person.
He recorded it. So, someone must have taken the recording and used it. Because otherwise, if he were the blackened, right, he wouldn't be saying any of this right now. He wouldn't even have brought it up. Because he would have won. They were all ready to vote for Alora. And if he were the blackened, right, if he had actually killed Molly before anybody else, he would have gotten away with it. So there's no way it's him. Somebody else took his recordings that he made and used that to make Shinku believe that Molly was still alive when he was banging on the door to that room. And somebody else must have sent that note, not Molly.
Maybe just word of mouth would work for others. But given my little, incident with Blondie a while ago, I'm not exactly the most trustworthy person in the prison. Of course, the perfect opportunity landed right in front of me. Sure, I may not have used them for what they were intended for, but a true businessman knows how to innovate. I just didn't expect the cat to hand out such a useful tool on a silver platter.
Huh?
You remember what the cat brought us all, right?
Nope. I don't remember at all. The truths, the tapes, the diaries.
And so, we have our answer.
Okay, got it right, I guessed. I couldn't remember for the life of me.
You recorded all of that shit we said to you?
Yep.
Yep. Sorry if you feel deceived or whatever. Honestly, you're lost for opening up to me. Point is, all that stuff Shinku reported hearing Pinky say before he opened the door, I already heard it before. She said all that shit to me and I got it on one of my tapes. I'm guessing someone secretly noticed I'd started recording people when they were chatting to me and stole one of the tapes, using it at the scene of the crime.
This feels really contrived.
Yeah, this is like some kind of next level messed up. Because, like, not only did they kill her, but they made it seem like she killed herself. And then also, not only that, they made it seem like she planned her suicide and did it so that, you know, and added the little contraption on the door to make everyone think that Shinku did it. That's crazy.
Are you suggesting what Shinku heard wasn't Maiko actually speaking, but just a recording of it?
Bingo. Exactly.
But what would the point of that be?
It could make her seem alive when she actually wasn't.
That means she died first.
The tape could have been played back in the lecture hall to give the illusion she was still alive, that she was still talking, obscuring the time of death.
Yeah, because that could mean she died first. She could have died the night before. Whereas Taka died in the morning. So that would mean Taka died second, and Alora is not going to die.
Wait, so I didn't...
I'm apprehensive about this. Do you have any evidence these tapes existed?
I don't exactly have any reason to lie, do I?
But if he is right about all this, we need to focus on it. Because if she didn't die when Shinku opened that door, that changes the whole case!
Is it possible I wasn't the person who killed her? Either way, I can't dwell on it too much. I feel a debate starting. Oh no. Would I like to review my bullets? Yeah, actually I do. Only because it's been a couple days since I did the first part of the trial. I'm gonna completely skip everything about Taka, because we figured that one out. I'm gonna just solely go Molly stuff. Check on Molly. When she arrived, there was a blackout. Okay. Various small weights were stolen from the gym and found scattered around Molly's body. The broom was the one in the door. The rope that connected to Molly's neck is tied to one of the hooks on the wooden box. Another rope is tied to the other end of the box and stretches all the way to the door. It's gone slack now, but I remember tripping over it when I came in. Do we have on Molly's? Yeah. We were unable to do a proper autopsy on Molly due to time restraints in the investigation, which is going to bite them. But it appears she either died from hanging or her neck breaking. It's unclear what it is, but it's a mixture of black and silver. I feel like this is a big thing. I have no idea what this is. I have a feeling that's gonna be something. In his tapes. Alright, I think we're okay. We're gonna hope for the best. Molly's body scrap metal wooden box.
If it was a tape and not her talking, wouldn't Shinku have noticed it was a recording?
No. I don't think so.
I mean, I feel like you could tell the difference in the audio.
He was in quite a panic. I doubt he was thinking entirely clearly. Perhaps the walls obscured it?
What if the scrap metal... Sorry, I know the timer's going off. What if the scrap metal is the, like, thing that was playing her voice?
I'm not sure this tape even existed, honestly. If it did, why the hell didn't we find a tape player or something in the hall?
Uh-oh, my computer. Oh my goodness.
No, that's wrong!
Yeah. Sorry, every time I do the non-stop debate and I have to press shift, my computer's like, turn on sticky keys? No! I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't want to do that.
What? What are you even saying, Sam? Never mind. Of course you're reaching for every nutjob theory you can to defend yourself.
This isn't even about that.
It really isn't, because if it were him, then he would have been the second killer and he wouldn't die. It would be Alora who died. But it's looking like Molly died way earlier than Taka, so whoever killed Molly is the actual Blackened who's going to be executed.
There was some scrap metal crushed under the box of weights. If my theory is correct, it could have originally been the tape player.
Wait, that makes sense actually. That way, the killer could ensure it would be destroyed as soon as you managed to get the door open. The mechanism would naturally crush it even if you broke open the door before she was done talking.
It would also blend in quite well. Every room in this godforsaken prison is covered in debris and cracks.
Hmm.
Hey, not too much on the prison. It's not exactly meant to be comfortable, you know.
Wouldn't you have heard it crunch or something, though? I don't know. I feel like the sound of something getting crushed is pretty hard to ignore.
I was, quite frankly, more focused on the fact that Molly was dying in front of me.
Yeah, really.
Wah, it's always excuses with you, isn't it?
Do you hear yourself? Ever?
Maybe in the moment, especially if Shinku was distressed, the breaking of the tape recorder could have been confused for the snapping of the neck?
Hmm. She has a point there. Because they believe she died of a, broken neck, but her neck could have been broken hours before this whole thing happened in the morning. And maybe the snap he heard was the thing getting crushed.
Or it could have been covered up by the sound of the broom snapping when Shinku was eventually able to break in.
Whatever it was, if the tape was there, she was probably dead before Shinku even opened that door. The tape playing just made it seem like she was alive.
But if she didn't die from the contraption, when did she die?
Last night?
If she died before Blondie, then that changes the whole trajectory of the case.
And it's unfortunate because they weren't able to really look at her body and do an autopsy, so they can't even determine.
The body was cold when I performed my autopsy on it. I thought it was just because I left to investigate Taka's body before hers. But that does explain how cold she was.
Most of us have alibis in the morning, though. So unless someone got up really early, I'm not sure when anyone would have gotten the chance.
Nighttime.
Right, especially when it came to setting everything up in the lecture hall. I feel like someone would have noticed this morning.
Last night. So it was most likely done.
I've got it!
That's what I'm trying to say.
Last night makes the most sense with how much setup was done. Most people have been going to bed quite early with this motive anyway.
Yeah, it gets exhausting being woken up by that truth reveal announcement every midnight. It's a real bitch when you're trying to sleep.
It leaves you feeling tired all of the time. But... wait, if it was done last night, wouldn't Alora have noticed? I feel like her body would have gone into rigor mortis or something.
I don't know about that. How long does that take? I have no idea.
I apologize. My autopsy of her was quite rushed.
Yeah, we were barely even able to hoist her down before that announcement played.
You rushed to do Taka's first. Why did you do that? You already knew how he died.
Ooh, I mean, she has a point.
Kotsuki seemed to be distressed. I wanted to give him a new space until he was less catatonic.
I mean, she has a point. She spent a lot of time with Taka's body, though she knew exactly how he died, because she killed him.
And as awful as it was, I wanted to divert suspicion away from me as the culprit by properly investigating the scene.
Poor Taka. It's not fair.
By controlling the autopsy, you could leave out key details you didn't want the rest of us to know or spot, huh?
Yes, exactly.
In the moment, Molly's death did seem like a pretty open and shut case. I don't blame Dr. Lennius for making assumptions.
Wait, so do we even know how Molly died?
No.
Well, duh. It still could be hanging. It would be pretty easy to just hang her and set the trap up with her dead body already hung. That way you could just hoist up the already dead body and call it there.
That's all well and good, but how would you even get her to go to the lecture hall to hang her there anyway?
I mean, the killer could have just asked her.
She probably would have went if they did.
And you seriously think she'd just go?
Yeah.
Okay, well, would you kill me if I said yes?
She probably would have because she's like very trusting of everyone.
Are you actually that imbecilic?
Hey, come on! She was trusted as all hell. You could literally just say, oh, come here for a surprise, and she'd follow you. Or get some naked men or women or whatever.
What?
All I'm saying is, if I needed an easy victim, she would probably be one of my first picks.
How can you just say that?
Is he wrong? Like, in a way, like, she was very trusting.
It's a killing game. No one is just going to follow someone else blindly in the middle of the night.
Yeah, of course you think that. That tracks. You're usually the one having others blindly follow you, huh?
Oh my god, can you cut it out for 5 minutes? Can't you see how unproductive this is? You are actually impossible!
They do not stop ever, these two. These two are fighting again. Usually I just let them get it out, but it's genuinely getting pretty disruptive. If we don't sort this out and get to the bottom of what really killed Molly, this case is never going to progress. I don't know why Ismene is... Like, I kind of agree with him. She does seem like the type who would just kind of follow whoever. Like, she was very trusting and, like, a kind, you know, open-minded person, I suppose. I don't know why it's so shocking.
Well, the obvious answer here is that she was hung. She could have just been hung earlier, and then her body could have been lowered, and the contraption was set up to make it seem like she was only just hung when Sam opened the door.
She was in the infirmary resting up after taking those tanning pills that night. I find it unlikely she would have gone to the lecture hall, even if someone asked her.
Okay, that's fair.
She wasn't the brightest, but I think she'd at least have some level of self-preservation. Even if she really trusted someone, I doubt she would have so easily gone to the lecture hall that late at night, not without telling someone.
Do you think, like, maybe they sent her some kind of note and pretended to be, like, Shinku or something? Because I feel like Shinku's the one who she would follow.
I think you're giving her way too much credit here.
I mean, I don't know if this is right. Oh, I guess it is.
Okay, well, she could have always been strangled in the infirmary and had her body hauled into the lecture hall. If she wasn't just hung in there, the method they used must have been pretty fucking similar to strangulation for Allura not to notice during even a bare bones autopsy. Like, come on! You're telling me she wouldn't have noticed the difference between stabbing and strangling?
I agree that it wasn't anything entirely off kilter or out of nowhere like stabbing. It must have been subtle. But I feel like it's not out of the question Allura wouldn't have noticed more subtle murder methods, especially considering her mind was likely elsewhere, considering what she'd done just a little bit prior to finding Molly's body.
I don't know, I still think her neck was broken.
Considering how rushed the autopsy was, it's easy to see how something subtle could have been confused for her being strangled, especially with how the body was dressed up.
Oops. My bad.
Okay, well, she could have always been if she wanted.
Whoops.
I agree, but I feel considering
Okay, fine. I was incorrect.
Okay, fine, sure. It was something similar to strangulation. I don't know. Maybe they strangled her with their hands in the infirmary or something. Or maybe drowning. I mean, the open waterways are on that side of the prison. Or, I don't know, poisoning? There was plenty of stuff in the infirmary that she could have been poisoned with. She was already on the brink of overdosing on those tannin pills or whatever.
if she was drowned, I doubt the water trail or even the body would have dried before we found it. There would be evidence. Poisoning I also doubt, since there would have been clear signs. It's hard to subtly poison someone without clear physical signs that even a brief autopsy would have picked up on. But you might be onto something there with the strangulation. I definitely think it has something to do with that lack of oxygen. But I feel like direct strangulation would have woken her up. There must be something similar to it that could have been easily done in the infirmary though.
Like what? With a pillow? I'm just gonna pick as many every time. Because clearly, Zeke is always wrong.
Considering it had to be something subtle, something that could have been done in the infirmary, and something that could have easily be confused with strangulation. Is it out of the equation that Molly was smothered?
With a pillow? Is it for real?
With her infirmary pillow?
I mean, okay.
Huh. I guess that makes sense. It's similar enough to strangulation that if she was hung afterwards, you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference at a glance.
It's also a method anyone could have done fairly quickly and easily. Wouldn't leave much mess.
I guess my main question with that is, wouldn't she have woken up? I don't think she'd be all that hard to overpower, but still.
Well, she was on a few different drugs to try to combat the effects of taking all those tanning pills.
Right, she'd been taking all those tanning pills. She was likely incredibly drowsy.
She was bedridden that night. I didn't want to risk moving her to her cell. I couldn't assess just how much damage the tanning pills had done.
So it could have easily been done without waking her up, and even if she did, she'd be too weak to respond or do anything.
So anyone could have done this?
Probably. But also they would have had to be able to bring her to the lecture hall. Bring her, not only just her, but like her just dead weight to the lecture hall. And I feel like someone like Takiko can't do that. I'm sorry. But, I mean, I don't know. The only one I'm like, it's definitely not Takiko.
I mean, she was pretty heavy. I doubt everyone could haul her from the infirmary to the lecture hall.
Okay, and I mean, listen, we don't need to shame her though. I know I said the exact same thing, but okay.
They are next door to one another. Anyone could have dragged her given they had the time. Which I'm pretty sure the killer had since they did it pretty late at night. No one was around.
If it's something anyone could have done, how are we gonna narrow it down any further from here?
If we're still going with the whole tape thing, it must have been someone who'd have the opportunity to take the tape, right?
When was the tape used recorded?
Tuesday morning, when she was watching me. I'm guessing the best opportunities people had were when they were watching me. Those shifts were pretty long. I was sleeping for a lot of the time.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to have gotten them once you were released on Thursday morning and no longer supervised? Your cell would be open then for anyone to go into.
I'm pretty confident they were taken before then. I was hiding them in my desk, and once I was let free, I locked them in there while I was gone. You know, keeping my goods safe and all that. Security is important.
Alright then. Then let's review the schedule. Who watched food between Tuesday morning and Thursday morning?
If my memory serves me correctly, Takiko, Ezekiel, Asuga, Taka, and Lyra had those shifts.
So they had the opportunity to take the tapes.
Not me and Zeke. I think we can clear each other pretty easily. If we're going with the idea that the murder happened last night, I was in his cell all night, like every night. And neither of us went anywhere.
Right, I forgot you two were doing that.
I mean, you could always be covering for each other. Maybe you've got some sort of Bonnie and Clyde deal going on.
Yeah, no. We ain't pulling any of that shit.
Take it or leave it. I think it's a pretty solid alibi.
It does align with both their morning accounts.
Taka can also be ruled out.
I mean, considering what you did to him, I don't think anyone thought he...
Even putting that aside, he skipped his watch that time due to his dare. Uchiyama covered for him.
Right! I did. Right after Wang's weird wedding thing.
Excuse me, what?
Don't worry about it, kid.
I'm worrying. When was there a wedding? How did I miss this? Hello?
So, only Asuka or Takiko would have had a good opportunity to get the tapes and were available last night to enact the murder.
No, didn't I just say it could never be Takiko? Like, what?
What? You really think?
Hey, hang on! Why are we operating under the assumption that it has to be the people who are allocated to watch Fu? It doesn't seem like much of an ideal time to me. I mean, he was right there. He would have spotted us, wouldn't he?
But there was also a lot of time when he was asleep or napping when someone could have easily taken them.
True, but it just feels a little risky. Anyone could have broken into his cell at any point after he was released. I feel like that would be a lot easier. You'd be less likely to be noticed too, considering how much he was running about.
Well, I locked him in my desk drawer while I was out. Didn't want anyone stealing them.
But a little lock like that is pretty simple to lockpick. I feel like anyone could do it with a bobby pin and a bit of determination.
Speak for yourself. I certainly couldn't.
It's a stretch, but I feel like it could have been done.
Right! It's silly to narrow it down just based on the list. Anyone could have gotten him eventually.
It makes more sense that way, doesn't it? I mean, presumably only the killer caught onto the fact you were recording. Doesn't it make more sense they caught onto that during their shift and then broke in to try to find the tapes afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, whoever it was, no one else knew that he was recording, but they figured it out.
Yeah, I'm surprised anyone caught on to it. Honestly, I definitely didn't suspect a thing.
They might have just gone in there to try to retrieve their own, to be honest. But found Molly's in the process and figured they could work with it.
Well, I wanted to keep it hidden for longer, but...
Huh?
Once I started leaving my cell again, I resumed what I was doing before. I left a small bit of paper on top of my door. You know, so if someone entered it when I wasn't there, I'd notice the paper was on the ground and know if someone broke in. Classic killing game strat. I'm sure you're all aware of it.
Yes?
No? I've got a much simpler method. I just tell people if they enter my room, I'll beat them the hell up.
I can't.
You can't beat someone up if you don't know they've even entered in the first place, kid. You guys should really get on doing that. Or at least setting up something similar. But yeah, no paper on the ground yesterday. So I'm pretty sure no one entered.
Okay, so we're just allowed to lie in trials now. That's really productive. I'm glad we're doing that.
What?
You're clearly bluffing.
Oh.
What? You're just making stuff up? That's not fair!
Hey, hold on. Where'd you get that from?
How come all of this is only coming up now?
Well, if everyone knew about my paper trap, then they'd know to reset the paper. It wouldn't be effective. It would completely defeat the point.
Okay, but there's no way to prove it actually existed.
There's no way to prove it didn't exist either, unfortunately.
Then we shouldn't go off of it. We could be going completely along the wrong track here.
We don't have much time left, though. I think it's best we operate under the assumption Wang is telling the truth. Breaking in and lockpicking his desk afterwards seems a little convoluted.
And given how populated the common room tends to be, I feel like someone would have noticed someone other than him entering the cell.
Besides, he doesn't have much motivation to lie here. I don't believe he's the killer. If he was, he wouldn't have interrupted and told us about the tapes as soon as we went to vote.
You know, he would have just stayed quiet and he would have gotten out. He's not the killer.
If he had anything to do with Molly's death, he would have happily let Alora get voted and get off scot-free.
So, it's between Takiko and Asuka.
Wait.
Come on, guys. Seriously, I didn't. I wouldn't throw you all under the bus and let you die like this.
Me neither. Seriously, could anyone live with that many lives on their back?
I don't want to believe it's one of you two either, but
The question is how we even start to narrow it down between the two of them. They're both equally likely.
Well, we should look at who would have had the best opportunity to set up the contraption.
There's one thing about that contraption that's been bothering me, actually.
And that is?
The weights used. I don't know. It just seems weird they bother with carrying so many smaller ones.
Hmm?
I feel like just taking a few of the bigger weights would have been easier.
Unless they couldn't lift the bigger weights.
You might be onto something there, actually. I feel like people would have been less likely to notice the weights had been stolen if they took the bigger ones, too. Less people use them, after all.
You could just be reading too much into it. Might have just been that they would have been much more likely to be spotted if they were lugging the big weights through the prison.
Or they can't lug the big weights to the prison at all because they're too heavy.
We already established the murder happened at night. I think they just assumed there wouldn't be anyone around. I don't think that influenced them.
I feel like we're onto something with the weights.
It's just on the tip of my tongue. I'm sure I can figure it out. Right. The fact that the killer used the smaller weights might indicate something about the killer's... stature? Yeah. Actually, nope, I have no idea. Strength. Okay, I see it. Nice.
I have my answer! I think the fact that the killer used a lot of little weights as opposed to 2 or 3 big weights says a lot about the killer's strength.
Like, we're saying this, but then how would they have gotten Molly from the infirmary to the lecture hall? If they can't carry the bigger weights, they have to use the smaller ones because they're not strong enough. How'd they take Molly? Unless they just really just dragged her through the prison during the night and nobody noticed.
I'm thinking they had to take multiple trips to get the weights anyway. They probably had something that could easily carry the weights in, like a bag or something. But the main thing is I think the killer is potentially quite physically weak.
I mean, whoever it was, they were clearly able to drag Molly's body to the lecture hall, so they couldn't be that weak.
True. But the lecture hall is right next to the infirmary. Even if it was difficult, even a weaker person could do it with enough time.
Alright, I guess.
The gym, on the other hand, that's on the opposite end of the prison. It would be a bitch to carry anything from.
So we're best off narrowing down our suspects off of strength.
Wait, but then... that means...
Out of Asuka and Takiko, our killer is most likely Takiko. After I just said, oh, there's no way.
I've got it!
I said, there's no way it's her.
Asuka's talent means she has to have a certain level of strength, especially upper body strength for aerial stunts and performances. They'd more than be capable of carrying the larger weights. They've shown they're not concerned about opening up their injury time and time again.
I'm very well aware. I've had to retreat it over and over again.
Sorry about that.
But that means our more likely culprit is...
Did she really? Wasn't Molly her friend? Or was she just being fake about that?
Wait! What? No!
Takiko.
I see. You really think I'm the killer, don't you?
Oh, her voice got creepy.
It's what makes the most sense.
Oh, I'm sure it does to you. But I have a few issues with your current working theory. If you ask me, there are several obvious oversights. But fine, accuse me. If you want to waste time, go ahead. What's a trial without pointless tangents?
Oh, God.
There it is. Now this is what I was looking for. None of this accident or forced kill bullshit. Just cold-blooded killers doing their thing.
Yeah.
Aw, you can give me more than that, Millie. This is the exciting part, don't you know? Our viewers go crazy for twists like this. Oh, they are getting fed. New sprites, new things to clip, new CGs.
Yeah, whatever.
And the execution is gonna go crazy. People love those.
I just don't know why they have to be so dramatic. I mean, we'd save a lot more money if we just shot them or something. I don't know. It just feels like overly edgy or whatever to execute them like that. Pretty tasteless as well. It's always so flashy and over the top.
It's fun to see them suffer. It's like meant to be ironic and stuff. They deserve to suffer for what they've done.
It just seems excessive.
Boo, you're such a fun sponge. What's the point of hosting this thing if you're not gonna have fun with it? I miss when this was a solo job. I didn't have to answer to anyone. I didn't have some random with daddy issues next to me constantly doing things like having opinions and suddenly deciding she has morals in the middle of hosting a death game. Hey, hang on. What do you do anyway?
I do a lot. Do you realize how much admin work running this shit requires?
Well, it's not like we have chat moderation or anything. It'd be pretty stupid to censor a death game chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of fans getting, like, properly attached to the prisoners and shit. Oh boy, if the killer's Takiko, I'm never gonna hear the end of it. A lot of people are gonna be pretty upset. I hope it's not her, honestly, or Asuga.
My favorite was Taka, but, you know, he's gone now.
I agree. My favorite was also Taka.
Oh well, no time to mourn. I'm excited to see how the rest of the trial will go.
Taka was just so animated. And he brought life to this place.
Right, yeah.
I miss Taka.
Hiko didn't. She.
Asu, it's fine. Don't worry. I can handle this.
Her voice, though, is really creeping me out.
I'll make this quick since we're on a time limit and don't want to waste time. But before I start, I'd just like to remind you that we narrowed it down to me and Asuka in the first place based on the idea that someone could have only taken the tapes when they were watching along. Despite the fact that he's clearly bluffing in his door paper trap thing, and it's more likely somebody took it when he was freed. Or when he was being taken for a shower time. But what do I know?
It is a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, hang on. I don't know how I feel about being narrowed down just to pigtails and bowhead. Come on, neither of them would. I mean...
You know, they are fully grown adults, not kids.
I know that, but...
Now, where was I? First and foremost, our current working theory relies on the assumption that the killer was in a lecture hall soon before the body discovery in order to set off the tape. Which, honestly, doesn't make much sense, because how on earth would they leave or get out without you noticing? There's only one door to the lecture hall.
Maybe they hid under the stage or something?
Oh yes, that sounds incredibly plausible. I'm glad we just so happened to not notice him sneaking out during the investigation despite being in a lecture hall the entire time.
It's a working theory.
It sure is.
Oh.
But I have an alibi for that time regardless. Allura spotted me in Lab 1 right before the body discovery.
That's still pretty close to the lecture hall. Comparatively, at least.
But go on, Shinku. I'm interested to hear how exactly you think this all played out.
Oh my god. Now I'm getting cold feet. I'm second guessing myself. But she's the only person who makes sense.
Well, I think out of everyone here, you would have had the best time remembering everyone's schedules and patterns. You were very observant. I think the previous night you'd murdered Molly, set everything up in the lecture hall, and waited for me to wake up. I think you noticed me leaving that morning, snuck in, put the fake suicide note in there telling me to go to the lecture hall, and rushed there yourself to start the tape and lock the door with the broom.
So, let me get this straight. Your primary working theory is that it's me because I'm the most observant.
Well, when you put it like that.
Wouldn't I put it in the infirmary? Wouldn't you be more likely to check on Molly first thing that morning? Although, maybe that's giving you too much credit. You went to go do your washing first.
Yes, I did. As many can prove it.
Surely it couldn't have been that important. Maybe I'm just weird, but personally, I'd be rushing to check on the person I allegedly cared about a whole lot first.
I didn't want to wake her early.
But putting all that aside, that's the least of the issues with this.
Right, like, you're suggesting she kept the lecture hall unlocked until she went in there to turn on the tape player. But that's kind of stupid. Like, anyone could have walked in there and set off the trap.
And without the tape playing, it would be a whole less convincing.
That's not even mentioning the fact you've yet to explain how exactly I'd have gotten out if I locked myself in there.
I was pretty distressed. Maybe you snuck out without me seeing.
Okay, kid. Even you're not dumb.
Okay, maybe you started the tape and then I left the room before I got there?
But then that was the broom placed across the handle.
That...
There's no way I could have left that room. In fact, there's no way anyone could have left that room without anyone noticing. The fact we can't figure out how it would have been done suggests there's a major flaw in our current working theory. I think we should take a few steps back and re-examine the facts we know, see if there's something we missed, and rebuild our theory from the ground up. 'Cause this just ain't working.
Well, the blackout, was it only on one side of the prison? Was it on the lecture hall side or no? No, right?
That's more productive than pointlessly throwing accusations because the trial timer is running out and we're all getting cold feet.
How much time do we have left anyway?
Not too much.
So do we even have time to try to formulate a different theory?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I really don't.
I feel like trying is better than throwing away all of our lives.
Right. Yeah. It couldn't be either of those two. There. We must have messed up somewhere.
But if Sam didn't do shit, then how on earth did the killer manage to get out of the lecture hall?
I don't know.
Looking back on it now, did we even confirm that the scrap metal we found at the scene was the tape recorder? It could just be debris.
But then why would she have said the exact same thing?
I don't know, maybe they were just reoccurring thoughts. Sometimes you dwell on the same shit for a hot minute. I'm guessing it's the stuff she's ruminated on a lot.
Yeah, but would she say it in the exact same way? Like, exactly word for word the same way?
But then that would mean I really did kill her. No, I didn't. There's something here. I'm telling you guys, I didn't kill Molly.
Seriously, be logical here.
I don't know, Takiko. You have new sprites now, so... I don't know.
You're not going to die if you did kill her. Laura is.
But I didn't. I couldn't hurt her. She was doing better. I don't believe she threw away her life like that.
Shinku, I understand you're upset right now. Trust me. I know how horrible it is to lose someone. But if you keep this up, you're going to get us all killed, including yourself, all just to protect your own ego. Do you want that? Do you seriously want that? There's no way I or anyone else could have gotten out of that room with it being locked the way it was. Molly was the only person in there. But
what?
Hey, Asu, what's up?
There is a second way out of the lecture hall, isn't there?
Is there?
What? Sugi? What are you talking about?
Don't look at me like that. I didn't want to bring it up, but, I've noticed it a few times while practicing, and Alora brought it up earlier. The lecture hall has one of the maintenance doors in it.
Maintenance doors?
Right. How could I forget?
Shit! The pipe system. I remember those on the blueprints.
Okay, I'm feeling a little fucking left out here. Care to share with the rest of us?
On the east side of the prison, there are a few maintenance doors to access the pipe system. I presume they were put in place for easy repairs. There's a door in the ceiling to each of the labs, and one in the lecture hall on the upper rafters of the stage.
Wait, so someone could have left the lecture hall through that door.
It's possible, but they'd have to walk along the pipes, which would require a good sense of balance and a small frame.
Wouldn't that kind of balance be more fitting of someone like Asuka?
Do you really think she'd bring up the doors in the first place if they were the one who did it? Wouldn't they just let Taki get shoved under the bus and take the loss?
I couldn't do that! No way! After Taka, she's... Wait, hold on. She's all I have left.
Oh no.
And she's also looking like the most likely candidate here.
Hang on, is there an easy way to even get to the upper part of the stage?
There's no easy ladders or stairs or anything like that.
When I was investigating it, I just used the curtains to climb up.
That does appear to be the easiest way to access it.
Hold on, then. That doesn't line up. The whole reason you believed it was me because of the weights. The fact they were smaller indicated the killer was physically weaker. Do you really think I have the upper body strength to climb the curtains and get out?
I mean, it wouldn't require too much strength. They aren't too tall. It would be a bit of a struggle, but you absolutely could.
Even so, wouldn't there be an easier way for me to get out? Especially if we're operating on the assumption the killer had to get out quickly after turning on the tape? Besides, Sugi only knew about the door because she practiced in their loads. Alora and Wong knew because of the blueprints. How was I meant to know about it? And don't say it's because I'm observant. Seriously.
Well, the killer clearly had to climb up there anyway to set the ropes on the upper stage rafters, didn't they?
Maybe they saw it?
It's not out of the question that you would have seen it then.
But why on earth would I plan the whole locked room mystery in the first place if I didn't know any way to get out of the room until I was setting it up?
But you did know, Kiko. I told you about it. I showed you where it was.
Oh no.
Kiko, you didn't, did you?
I think she did.
Right. You did. Didn't you? Thanks for that, Asu.
Oh god.
What does that...
Wait, so Shinku was actually onto something here?
She is small enough to walk along those pipes.
But come on. I mean, even if she's little enough, that's still tricky to do quickly. That would be hard to do if she was rushing.
Hard, but definitely not impossible.
Those pipes are fairly thick. They could easily be walked across.
It would be good if we had some hard evidence that would prove that the door was used.
Right, wouldn't it? I'm not seeing any firm proof that I did use them.
Well, you clearly knew about them. It's either you and Asu, and...
No, it's not either of them. They couldn't. Do you really think they could drag Pinky's body? Let's be realistic here.
No, you start being realistic. The two of them aren't children. They're fully grown adult women.
What's gotten you so aggressive, kid? Something struck a nerve?
She killed Molly. Not only that, she made me think I killed Molly. I'll prove she did this, no matter what.
Oh, I'm so scared. You must have cared about her a lot. Not enough to go visit her first instead of immediately going to the washing room. But hey, what do I know?
Oh god, she's scary.
I bet it makes you feel all big and strong, acting like the one person who could have saved her. Huh? Do you feel like you're still somehow protecting her by doing this?
Shut up! I don't want to hear it. I can prove you used that door.
Can I? God. Yeah, actually, how could I prove that? With the goal of going to the infirmary to check in on Molly. When she arrived, there was a blackout. The room appeared to be flooded. Is it the rope? Another rope is tied to the under end of the box that stretches all the way to the door. It's gone slack now, but I remember tripping over it when I came in. Is that it? I don't know what else it could be. Honestly. Molly's body, rope. Okay, here we go.
I just don't really know how we could even go about it. Is it possible there's a detail in the trap that proves she used it?
The pipes are too thin. There's no way Pigtails could have gone across them quick enough. Do you think she'd risk falling into the sewage system?
So what? You think Asu did it instead? Just because they're stronger?
It's neither of them. I'm sure. It can't be.
I mean, I was on the west side and she was on the east. But Alora was also there with her. That's gotta count for something.
She'd already killed someone. I doubt she had time to set up a second one. I can't see any sort of motive she'd have to kill Molly either. Unless she overdosed on the meds Alora gave her and this was all a cover-up.
No.
Despite what you may think of me now, I would never do that. We're getting off track. It isn't relevant to prove if she knew about the door. We're running out of time, and she's our only plausible suspect.
Huh. I have no idea.
Make up excuses all you like. This is pointless to talk about. There's no proof I used that door.
I'm gonna give it a try.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. It had to be the rope. Break. I feel proud of myself. I've been getting them on the first try.
That was quite aggressive. Some things got you all riled up, huh?
There absolutely is proof that you used that door. Don't try to divert attention back to me.
I'd really prefer if you shared that proof instead of just yelling at me.
Alora, Fu, those maintenance doors. You said the most accessible one was in the lecture hall, correct?
Right. Yeah.
But there's other doors, right?
Yes, in the ceilings of the two labs.
The lab, you say?
If they're on the ceiling, they'd probably be pretty hard to get into discreetly. But pretty easy to exit from, especially considering the ceilings in the labs aren't too high.
And also there was a blackout.
Right. And you returned to the lab pretty soon before the first body discovery, correct?
Oh goodness, what was going on? Why is his voice so much lower now? I didn't hear him at all.
Correct.
And Takiko had
There we
entered
go.
the room by the time you've been out of it?
I assume so. She was by the fuse box when I came back.
Wait, are you suggesting Takiko used the maintenance door to walk along the pipes to the lab?
Yes.
That would explain why Alora didn't see her in the halls despite taking so many precautions to make sure she wasn't seen transporting Taka's body.
She had to have been in the lecture hall right as I approached the door initially to set off the tape, and used the time I spent trying to knock down the door to climb up to the maintenance door and leave. meaning it makes sense that by the time Alora got back to the lab, which she probably hadn't anticipated, she hadn't had the time to leave or get any further away from the crime scene. So her being in the lab when she was makes perfect sense for if she did use the maintenance door to leave the lecture hall.
And she was able to just use the blackout as an excuse, being like, oh, I'm trying to fix the blackout. So that was just something that helped her.
You're right.
What?
That also helps rule out Asu, since they were on the complete other side of the prison at the time it happened.
But wait, that means...
No, that can't...
He's just in denial because he thinks of these girls as, like, his daughters. For some reason.
It means we have our killer.
You think you're so smart, don't you?
I reckon you're the one who thought you were smart, trying to frame it as if I'd killed her.
I bet you feel really good about this. It's a 2-for-1 deal for you, isn't it?
What? What do you mean?
You finally get to detach me from Bacardi. You can look at me and feel like it's okay if you messed things up with me or made me upset or did me dirty. 'Cause now I'm nothing like her. Or at least, nothing like you want to think she is. And this absolves you of anything you did to Molly. It won't matter you couldn't protect her, since you were at least able to find her killer. Oh, until you need pity or an excuse, and then you'll be so down on yourself for not being able to protect her. Ooh, just like Draco or Mint. Or, well, I'm sure you'll find some way to make Taka about yourself.
What are you...
What are you saying? You didn't... No, you...
Like it or not, she did it. It's looking that way at least.
But she can't! Come on, she...
Saint-Ile, I understand you're emotional, but...
I don't want your pity!
Ooh.
I can't lose anyone else! Please, come on, there's gotta be...
I really don't think there's any other explanation. I'm sorry, Asu.
Even if she did do this, it must have been for a reason. You don't just kill someone. Why on earth would she kill Mai? Please. Why would you... You can't have... Please, just say something.
What can I even say at this point?
Just some kind of defiance. Give us something here, kid. Even if it's just an explanation. Don't just sit there and accept it. Fight!
Fight. So you can all just push me down, get it all out of your system, yell, and make sure I really get what I deserve? No thanks.
That's not what I... Ugh!
Anything! I don't care! I don't care how awful it is! How irrational it is! I just want to know why. The Takiko I know would never do this!
No, yeah, you're right. She wouldn't do this. Come on, don't just stand there. I'll play devil's advocate for you. Just give me something to work with here, kid.
I'm not your kid!
Oh.
I'm not her! I'm not dead! Just because you let her down doesn't mean you'll make everything magically right again by stepping in and defending me when it's far too late!
Oh my god.
Just...
Taki,
Don't call me that!
I didn't mean...
Just stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You'll never think! You just say what's easiest at the moment! Stop acting like you're dumb! I know you're not!
Kid, hey, come on. We're trying to help.
Oh, really? Now you're trying to help? You put me in this mess in the first place! If you could have just kept quiet, I would have never be accused! You're just like Shinku! If you two just shut up We wouldn't even be here right now! This is your fault! It's all your fault!
Oh my god.
Is that an admission of guilt?
With the way she's suddenly acting, I think we have our answer.
Suddenly acting?
No, she can't be.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
It seems the most likely. But there are some small inconsistencies I'm not too certain about. I don't want to convict just based on behavior.
But it's not just her behavior. We have solid evidence.
Your main argument relies on Fu's testimony. Are you really going to trust that? No one can confirm he actually did record those tapes.
Surely there's gotta be!
It's the best we've got, and I don't want to die.
And we're running out of time. Let's just get this over with.
All right, if we're all at a consensus.
It can't end like this!
Oh no. Oh no.
Huh? You...
I can't have this all fall apart at the hands of Shinku Kutsuki. You're just pointing the blame to save your own ego. You can't admit you failed her. That would force you to face how things really were between the two of you, wouldn't it?
What do you...
Oh, don't play dumb now. It must have felt nice having a second chance. Someone to make you feel like you're a good person.
You don't know anything about what things were like between me and Molly.
All I know is that I didn't do this. I won't let everything end like this. Not with all these leaps in logic and assumptions and... I'll prove to you this isn't me. I've sat down and just taken everything for far too long. No matter how convinced you are that I'm the killer, I'm not going down without a fight!
Wow. Her voice actor is doing a really good job. I just want to say. Oh, the art is cute though.
Ready?
No.
Let's start!
I'm scared.
You know, it's still equally likely you did kill her. The scrap metal you think is the tape player could just be random debris. That is a lot of that around the prison. It seems much more likely than you being unable to tell Molly's actual voice from a recording of her voice. Or are you just that unaware? I guess the words don't matter to you, just the fact they're talking is enough. But if you ask me, you're just pointing the blame at me to save your own skin, to save your own ego. Are you following?
Follow along to Takiko's performance. Remember what she does. Good lord. Listen. Listen. I might have to write some stuff down, okay? Well, there's no way I can write that down. What? I don't remember at all.
You know, it's the scrap. It seems, but if you ask, are you?
I don't like these memorizing things. Maybe because it's like I feel like a dum-dum. Oh my god.
It seems you can't get it through your head how ludicrous your theory is.
Look at this, the art style though. I like this art style.
You know, for a writer, I feel like you should be a little sharper.
Okay, that felt like a personal attack at me, but okay.
Your theory is kind of ridiculous. But point that finger all you like. I bet it makes you feel real smart, huh?
Score full marks on the test. What's a group of foxes called? I don't know. What? I have no idea, not a clue. On average, how long can the human body survive without oxygen? What is this? How am I... How
It seems you can't get
am I
through,
supposed to know that?
Your theory
Genuinely?
is kind of the point that
How
anger-
am
oh,
I
but-
supposed to know? Some of these things I'm like, is it common sense? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. What percentage of deaths from suicide in Japan are from women? What questions are these? I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? I don't exactly look up those statistics around the world, okay? Because that is, I can't do it. I don't like this one.
It seems
This is
you can't,
this
you
is
know,
worse than the
for
math.
Your theory, the I bet it. Are you seriously willing to let everyone here die to protect that precious ego of yours? Just to make yourself feel like you didn't let someone else down again? Are you insane? You make mess after mess, cause issue after issue, and you expect everyone else to clean up after you! Well, I suppose sweeping things under the rug isn't anything new for you. But don't you think this is going too far?
Clean up all the trash in this house. Oh my god. I'm also wondering, the hearts on the side, like how come at the start of the trial they don't start all the way full? Is there something I need to do during the chapter to get more hearts? Because I started like halfway. Is there more? Molly's secret, there you go.
At the end of the day, if this isn't to protect yourself, if you're not just throwing me under the bus, if I did do this, after everything, after that verdict, after how you've all been treating me, after how she was able to go about being coddled and babied in a way I was never going to be given? After being expected to be more mature and reasonable than someone 10 years older than me, could you even really blame me?
Get to the bus station without being caught by stalkers? Where am I? Where's the bus station? I don't even know.
Huh? Wait, you... No. No. It won't end like this.
It clearly is ending like this, Takiko.
You have no idea about any of this. You don't know anything. You can't even begin to know what you're talking about. I won't let myself die just because you couldn't shut your mouth. Every single day, I have to perform. I can't stop.
Do I have to memorize again?
I don't even know who I am anymore. I'm just what everyone else wants. But it doesn't matter how much I put into it. how much it's rehearsed in my head. People will always find something wrong with it. Or it's too perfect. It's fake. I'm just fake. I'm fake and plastic and unrealistic and hiding something. But if I drop it, I'm proving them right. And whoever I really am would just seem awful in comparison to that perfectly curated image. So what am I meant to do? How can people expect me to even know who I am when they all just shove me into boxes I didn't even ask for? Little sister, therapist, best friend, daughter, Tien, Akari, Taka, anything at all. Anything but me. But I have to play along, and I have to play nice. If I step out of line, if I step out of that box, suddenly they feel betrayed that I pretended to be the person they asked me to be. That I gave the performance they asked me to give. Even when it's the game that's forcing me out of the box, revealing my secrets, breaking down my image if I don't dance and perform and do exactly what it wants. Well, rip the ribbon, tear the paper, open it up and see what I really am. Even if it's something ugly, at least it's real. At least you can't see me for anything but me anymore.
Who's always right? What? The customer. Who made Molly stay in the infirmary last night? I don't know.
How can people... Even
I can't.
even at
The
least
fact that I get less than 10 seconds is driving me crazy.
How can people... But even... Well...
I don't like it.
At least...
What are you never fully dressed without? Oh.
I swear I care. I swear I tried. I swear I tried, and I tried to endure it. Back in my everyday life too. I tried to live up to it all. I tried to just mind my business, stay in my lane. I tried to just be a doll to keep it up. But you saw where that got me. You saw what it led me to doing. I just wanted to feel in control. I wanted to feel like I had some kind of power. If that's awful, then I don't care. I don't care what any of you think of me anymore. I'm sick of placating a group of people who would sooner coddle and forgive a self-pitying woman-child over me. Why was she worthy of all that attention and patience? Why couldn't I be given that? Did you think isolating and bullying me would make me learn my lesson? Or did you think I was just like this? That there was no way I could grow or change? Are you serious? Seriously? I'm only barely 18! Well, if you're going to hate me anyway, if I'm just going to be spiteful, vindictive, manipulative, and awful no matter what I do, then I might as well show you just what awful really is.
I kind of feel bad for her. I'm genuinely, I have one heart left and I'm like, oh god, if I fail this I have to start completely from the beginning.
So, feel vindicated. Tell yourselves you're all right. I hope you feel so fucking good about yourselves. I hope you enjoy tearing me down. Bit by bit. I hope you tell yourselves that you were all right about me. That I was fake. That I was controlling. That I was just waiting to snap. That how you treated me was okay. That it was completely fine to discard your little doll once playtime was over. Once she wasn't giving you what you wanted. Because she was awful and horrible and evil all along. That she loved getting people to kill themselves. That she actively giggled and laughed and kicked her feet back and forth every time her fanbase would cause someone to hurt themselves. That she didn't sit there, realizing that it would only take one small mistake, one small slip, one small controversy, for all that vitriol to be turned back at her.
I mean, listen, do I agree with what she did? No, of course not. But I do kind of feel bad for her a little bit. Where's the bus station? Oh, it's right here.
So go on, Shinku. Tear me down. Put me in my place. Avenge that pure, innocent angel. If I was happy enduring this, if I was willing to keep it up even through a motive that targeted people like me, if that didn't drive me to do it, what would even push me to kill her?
She knew her secret.
I'll rewrite those words.
That was so long. Oh my god.
You... You think this is done? Oh, that's cute. I can keep this up for hours and hours and hours and hours. I'm trained for this, after all. I can keep going and going and going and going. The question is, can you?
I mean, listen, like, I mean, she had a point when she said she was barely 18. Like, in my eyes, I feel like an 18-year-old is still a child. But I'm pretty far removed from 18. When I was 18, I probably was like, okay, I'm an adult now. But I don't know. I can see where her bitterness is coming from when it comes to how everyone was coddling Molly, like beyond coddling her. Like, even I thought it was annoying as we were going through this chapter, I'm not gonna lie. Do I agree with her killing her because of it? No. But I think she's just angry. I think she's angry at the world. She's angry at everyone. And she, you know, isn't being treated fairly. And I can understand that anger and frustration. And when you think about it, she is still a teenager. Like, she's a teenager. She's 18. I do like these alternate art styles. They're really cute. I like them.
Stop it. Just stop it, please. Just give it up, Kiko. Please don't have these be your last moments. Don't completely destroy yourself before you're gone. Please, you're better than this.
Fine. You win.
You really?
Kid, you.
Yeah, she did it.
I'm tired.
Kiko, that's not. Why would you? No.
Suki,
Was her secret really that bad? The one Fu showed you. Was it really?
Wait, is this because I showed her?
Molly.
What did she do?
She was the one who attempted the suicide pact.
What?
What?
I'm sorry, she did what? And hello? Fu knew this too and just didn't tell us? Are we just going to ignore that?
Oh.
Come on, give me a break here.
She was willing to kill us all. And yet despite that, she felt like she deserved everyone's sympathy and empathy, and everyone just gave her it! Everyone just gave her the benefit of the doubt because they didn't want her dead, when she never valued any of her lives half as much as half of you valued hers! Why didn't I get that?
Oh.
Where was my benefit of the doubt? Why didn't I have anyone who would take my hand and try to help me?
Oh.
Kiko, I tried! I wanted to...
No, shut up. She didn't. She wouldn't have done that. She wasn't the one behind it. You're
Am I surprised? Not really that she was.
You're lying. You're just trying to make me feel guilty for doing the right thing, for exposing you. You were willing to make me think I killed her. Do you have any idea how that felt? I don't want to hear anything from you. No matter how you frame it, I'm not in the wrong for accusing you.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
This was you. It was all you. And I'm going to lay this case out to prove that once and for all.
Man. What? This is, again, I wish there was text that came with it. I really do. What? Yeah, game over. Thanks. Thanks, game. This is why I'm like, why is there no text to go with it? Because, in my opinion, it could be this was her walking in to smother her with the pillow. Apparently, it's not. What?
Let me unravel this case for you.
Just give me a little bit of text.
This all started with Fu. His confinement meant he wasn't able to leave his cell and do whatever he wanted. But being very focused on the game, Fu still wanted to do what he could to gain an advantage. Fu started to get people to open up with him. He'd then record these conversations on the tapes Mononeko had given us. The killer, during her guard duty, noticed Fu was doing this and waited until he was asleep during her session to make a tape of a conversation with a prisoner who was of particular interest to her, Molly. Luckily for the killer, this tape included Molly saying things that, if taken out of context, could appear very suicidal. They initially took this tape out of their own curiosity, but when Fu told them that Molly was the one behind the suicide pact, they decided to take action. They already had a reason to kill, with the motive targeting those whose talents relied heavily on public image, not to mention her recent corrupt verdict and perceived treatment by others around the prison. Learning Molly's supposed secret was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Either that, or the truth that was revealed about the killer themselves earlier that night. That night, or very early in the morning, the killer gathered the weights, rope, box, broom, and tape player, doing the necessary prep work for the contraption. Given their small physical size, they had to make multiple trips and utilize many smaller weights as opposed to a few large ones, as they were easier to carry and fit in their backpack. Since it was so late in the night, the killer assumed nobody would be around to see them set up, especially with how exhausted everyone was with the dares and constantly being woken up at midnight due to the announcement.
Oh, sorry.
They then went into the infirmary, where Molly had been sleeping that night after consuming too many tanning pills for a dare. This, paired with the medication Dr. Linnaeus had given her, weakened her considerably. She might have not even woken up when the killer took one of the pillows and decided to smother her. This method was chosen as it leaves very little physical symptoms on the body, meaning when she was hung up, the hanging could be easily confused for the cause of death. The killer then dragged Molly's body from the infirmary to the room next door, the lecture hall. They set Molly's body up in the rope trap and got the tape ready to play, having to wait a few hours until I woke up to put the last part of their plan in motion. They carefully left the lecture hall at the early hours of the morning and went into the cells, waiting until I had left my room early in the morning to slip a fake suicide note she constructed into my cell. She likely would have put the note in the cell of whoever left their cell first, since her plan would have worked the same no matter who set off the trap. But considering I was the first she saw leave after she returned to the cells, I was the one she targeted. Soon after placing the letter, the killer quickly returned to the lecture hall, locking themselves inside using a broom. They waited until they heard banging on the door, assuming it was me after discovering the letter, and quickly started the recording. While it was playing and I was trying to get in, they quickly climbed up the maintenance door in the lecture hall and exited through it. They knew about the door's existence due to Asuka telling them about it, having been one of the prisoners who spent the most time in the lecture hall due to it being a perfect practice space. The killer's small size made it possible for them to walk along the pipes, albeit while being extremely careful, in order to get to Lab 1. While they were traversing the pipes, I finally managed to crack the broom that was keeping the door sealed and break into the lecture hall. I did this with such force that I activated the tripwire on the ground, which knocked over the box of weights on the upper level of the stage. This box crushed the tape recorder on the way down, destroying it and cutting off the audio, while hoisting up Molly's body, creating the illusion that the trap, and by extension I myself, had killed her. While I was sitting in shock for what I thought I'd done, the killer managed to exit to Lab 1, finding themselves in the flooded room. They hardly had time to process what was happening before Dr. Linnaeus came back to the room in a panic, giving the killer a convenient alibi. So they could act none the wiser when the two of them went down to the lecture hall following the body discovery and found me in horror thinking I was the killer instead of her. And that killer, the person who took Molly Yuzuki away from us, is you, Takiko Uchiyama, the ultimate rental sister. That's how it is.
Wow. Did you get it all out of your system? Enjoy that. Have fun.
I hate to say it, but it does make sense. It was you, wasn't it?
Yep.
I'm too tired to fight anymore. I just can't believe I lost because Shinku and Fu couldn't shut up for 5 minutes. That's so stupid. But of course it would happen. Of course.
Kid, I didn't mean to.
So it is.
Kiko, you... Let's just vote. I've dragged this out for long enough. I'm sure you've all had your fun. But... I don't want to just sit here and have everyone yell at me so they can feel better about themselves. I don't want to give you that satisfaction. Mononeko, let's start the vote.
Fine by me. You're about to be out of time anyway. That concludes the trial of Molly Yuzuki. And Taka Takahiro, although he doesn't really count. Lucky you, Alora. You get to live with that.
Oh, God.
She still killed him, I'm just saying.
You may now vote for who you think killed Molly Yuzuki.
It concerned me how quickly I voted. I felt like I should have more remorse, but I was so overcome by how I felt about Molly that I got carried away. She couldn't have done that suicide pact. There's no way. She did, I believe it. Even if she did, that was before she properly knew us. I'd hoped that by the time she died, she'd grown enough to have not done that. I don't know about that. The Molly I knew would never do that. The only question is, Shingu, right? Did you know her that well, really? Did you really know her that well? Maybe I just never really knew her. I mean, I thought Dracul would never hurt anyone, and what was I even doing?
Yep, you're all right. Takiko Uchiyama is the killer. So, this is it, huh? Kiko, you... Well, I can't exactly say I'm all that sorry. If you want me to break down and cry and act all pathetic and small, I'm not going to. I refuse. I'm still in shock about her being the one who did that pact. Are we sure?
It was written on her truth or dare slip that day. And just didn't think to tell us this? He was exchanging information for favors. The same sort of shit he always does. It was a mistake to let him out of that wretched cell. This isn't about me anymore.
Right. I guess that's a good way to absolve your own part in this.
You keep saying that, but at the end of the day, you're the person who killed her. There's no one here who holds any sort of responsibility aside from you.
Where was this enthusiasm with Mint's murder? I suppose it's hard to hold any sort of pity towards me when you're no longer projecting Akari onto me.
No.
That's what you all did, isn't it? I was Akari. I was Tien. I was Taka. But now I'm rotten. Now I've done something you really can't see any of them doing. Now you'll finally see me as my own person. And if that person is horrible, that's just who I am. At least it's me. My whole life has just been filling in for others. Filling gaps, curating my behavior to spark positive responses or avoid negative responses. Even now, I'm filling in the role of a scapegoat. Someone to push all your own mistakes and errors onto. To discard as just cruel and worthy of punishment to absolve yourself of your own part in it.
Hmm.
And I do deserve punishment. I know that. But at least you can finally see me. Blame me all you like for getting tired. For knowing my image was burnt to the ground anyway with all those secrets. That my career was over if I ever got out. For being bitter at how they coddled Molly was. And for how I was treated in comparison. For not wanting to stoop to her level. Fawn and beg and infantilize myself again to be given a chance. For not being able to take it, to suck it up, to just bite my tongue and keep going. For snapping when I found out someone who was getting all this sympathy was someone who tried to kill everyone. But don't blame me for not being someone I never was in the first place. For breaking the performance you all asked me to do. Instead, blame me. Blame Takiko Uchiyama. And no one else.
No. Kiko, I already told you. You were more than just a fill-in to me. I promised to see you as your own person. I promised to do better. You promise so much. You talk and you make things feel better in the moment, but it's always such a band-aid solution, Asuga. Huh? You're so obsessed with keeping everyone happy that you just end up hurting people in the long run. What? What do you... I know you're not stupid, Sugi. Far, far from it. Yet, you do this every single time. You act dumb. You're not dumb. You just ignore problems and play dumb and think if you just don't address them, they'll go away. I can't wait to meet him. I can't wait to meet you. You say one thing, but your actions speak far, far louder than your words ever could. Well, now you can finally meet me. You can see me for exactly what I am. Go ahead. Be disappointed. Be shocked. Be disgusted. Why wasn't I worth it, Sugi? I almost fooled myself into thinking I had finally had someone to talk to, who saw me for me, who wouldn't just use me. I didn't mean to. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Please stop lying to me, just to make me feel better. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Sugi. It's not your fault. I was stupid enough to get so attached, to make up things about our friendship in our head, to think we were closer than we were, to just see Taka as just some stupid boy, when he was always more important to you than I ever was going to be. I could never understand why, but I should have just accepted. I can't blame you. I can't. You loved him,
After all, it's not your fault. I couldn't change that. That's not... I'm sorry. I don't need your forgiveness. I don't think you ever will forgive me for killing someone. I certainly never will. But I didn't know what was going to happen with Alora and Taka. For what it's worth, I'm sorry he's gone. I thought if my plan failed, you'd at least have him. And he's who you really wanted this entire time. And as much as I hate that and can't understand that, it's what makes you happy. I thought you could move on fairly happily. How could I ever? Even if he wasn't gone, you... I'm sorry that you're going to be alone. Genuinely, I really, really, really never wanted to leave you in this position. Just please stop talking. Speaking of Alora, though, doesn't this mean she's gonna stay alive? Since Taka died after Molly? Yep. Only Takiko is going to get executed.
No, Goodness, doing Takiko's voice is killing my throat. I don't know, I feel like I feel better, but I had strep and my throat is still like red. I don't have any pain, but like it sometimes still feels like there's like a frog stuck in there. So, oopsie. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I
don't pity you, having to live with that on your back.
But doesn't that mean Taka died for nothing? Please don't say that. We'll address Alora later. Right now, I think we should focus on Takiko. What is there even left to say?
Oh, I've got quite a bit to say. I found this whole thing rather disappointing.
What are you saying?
We expected big things from you, Takiko. Everyone loves to see a cute, sweet-looking girl snap. And sure you did, but my goodness, what?
What a I don't know what that word is.
No one knows who I am. Poor me, poor me. Everyone just sees me as someone else. I'm always second place to everyone. Where? Do you even know who you are, Takiko? Are you a poor little victim of circumstance, brought to your limit because you've constantly been in the limelight, because you were treated so poorly, who just snapped because of the actions of others? Or are you smart, composed and fueled by deep hatred of everyone else here, that you did such a good job hiding this time, and it's everyone else's fault for not noticing? Because it seems to me you can't decide. Did you try your best? Did you try so hard to be a good girl and everyone was just so mean and cruel? Or are you wise beyond your years? I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you break me down any more than you have. Your words mean nothing to me. Well, it doesn't matter to me. This has been a long time coming either way. As far as I'm concerned, you just couldn't take what you dish out. You were so willing to use your fans against people, but when people turn on you, you can't take the heat. But this was always going to happen.
Don't.
This was always going to be what you'd end up doing. Whether you learned Molly's secret or not, you couldn't keep up what you were doing forever. And now, you'll finally be seen as you are. The others can't project their loved ones onto a murderer, after all. So congratulations, Takiko. You finally become your own person. And have become that awful, twisted person you were afraid people would perceive you as if you made one little mistake. And this is all you'll be remembered as.
No! You're wrong! you. Even if she's done all this. Even if I could never forgive her for murdering Molly, for betraying us all like this. If her being kind in the past doesn't justify or erase the harm she's done now, then her doing what she did now doesn't erase the time she was kind. The time she was my friend. The time she made me smile. No. The times we smiled together.
Suki, I'm awful. I've betrayed you. I betrayed all of you. You would have died if I'd won.
Because despite everything, Kiko, those times we spent together, when we were able to hang out or have sleepovers or just giggle and talk about the others, they were what made this prison bearable.
No.
When I was desperately lonely, when I was scared I was gonna be next, it wasn't thinking about Taka that gave me comfort. It was being able to be your friend. Being able to have those moments. Our friendship kept me going.
Suki, please don't be this kind to me. You know what I've done.
I know, but you're all I have left. I can't lose you too.
Suki, I'm so sorry. Oh God. Suki, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to leave you alone. Sachi, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I couldn't grow up to be good. I know you tried your best. It's not your fault. Even you, Taka, I'm sorry.
Why on earth are you apologizing to him?
Why are you speaking right now?
I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Maybe because I know deep down we probably weren't all that dissimilar. I was just so used to being alone.
I wish I could have made you feel like your own person in the time we had.
I guess I'm just as set in my ways as everyone else here. But I don't regret it. I don't care how that sounds. I don't.
Even making someone think they did it?
It was a smart plan. I'll give her that.
Yeah, if you guys hadn't started talking, we would have voted Alora and would have all died.
And do you think you could even live with yourself if that happened?
There's no use thinking about things that could have happened. All that matters is that this is the way things turned out. Whatever happens, happens. At least it's not my problem anymore. I'm too tired at this stage to really think about it all that hard. You've won. That's all there's to it. You can execute me and move on with your lives. How fun for you.
On that note, I think I know exactly what we should move on to.
Oh, I feel bad.
Wait, no, hang on. You can't kill her. She's just...
That's right. It's time for everyone's favorite part of the trial.
Suki, when we're both grown, when we've both had a chance to live normally, let's have another sleepover in our next lives.
Oh.
No! It's always about next lives! Why is it never about this life? This is the one we're all living in!
Asuka, please give it up. I'm not the person you want me to be.
it is, I'm going to save them! No matter what! I don't care how much you've hurt me! I can't lose anyone else. So even if I couldn't say or do the right thing back then, I'll make it right now. I'll save you now. I'll meet you now. Even if it kills me.
Then all three of them could be together.
Siggy.
What?
Siggy, let go of me. I don't want you to save me. I don't think anyone could do that aside from myself. I'm far beyond that point now. I'm ready to go. I'm tired.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I just want to see the sunshine. One last time.
Kiko!
Oh, Asuka's back there. Sister of Salem. Oh. Oh man. A bitter feeling filled my mouth as I watched the execution. Even if I couldn't understand her actions, even if I resented her for killing Molly, that was cruel. In the end, she couldn't throw everyone under the bus. I wonder if she'd been able to live with herself if she had somehow managed to live. I didn't have time to dwell on it as the cat dragged on a certain someone back into the trial room.
Kiko! Kiko!
Jeez, making her witness it firsthand is evil.
Let me go! I have to do something!
Poor Asuka. First Taka and now Takiko.
I can't just do nothing! I can't feel her again!
God, you lot are always so dramatic. She's dead, you can't do anything, even if you tried. Get over it.
No, no! Shut up! I'm going back in there!
Asuka pushed the cat away and tried stumbling to their knees, but quickly lost their momentum, gripping their stomach and falling over. Asu, hey. Shit, did she? Saint Teal, you opened up your wound again, didn't you? Here, I can try to... I don't want your help. I'll be fine. I just need to get up and... Like hell we're letting you do that. Come on, take it easy. Don't get yourself killed trying to help. I just hate feeling this useless. So that's it, huh? She's really dead. What a joke. What a waste of life. 3 of us are gone, just like that. 3. Isn't it more than that? Like, what? Isn't it like 5? Guess I should have figured she was gonna be a killer. All that staring. She was always watching everyone for something, but always stayed quiet. It always seemed like she was screaming something in her head, but I could never figure out what it was. God, I could have... Guess I should have figured it was something like this. I should have
never expected anything else from that crazy little bitch.
What? How could you say something like that about her?
She did just kill someone, Toots. I don't know what kind of angel you're building her up to be in your mind, but if she hadn't gotten up on her high horse about Pinky, then your little boyfriend's killer would be the one dead instead of her.
It's not about that!
Wouldn't that be nicer for you?
Probably.
Then you wouldn't be lying to yourself about what she was actually like. Acting like she was better than she was, which is ironic, really. Wasn't she screaming for everyone to see her, for her, or whatever?
Just shut up! You have no right to talk about this. I don't want to hear anything else from you. None of this would have happened if you hadn't told Takiko about Molly being the one behind the suicide pact, or if you didn't pull the stuff you did with the tapes.
I'm pretty sure your boyfriend would still be dead, but whatever you say, Bowhead.
Okay. Is that necessary, Fu?
No, we're not doing this! Not today! Every time anyone has an issue with you, you just ignore it! You deflect to an entirely different situation! You do everything in your power to go against the group, to make life harder here!
I already told you, kid. I had no intention of playing house with any of you.
But this goes beyond that! You're playing into what the organizers want here! You're actively sabotaging the rest of us! And for what reason? Do you just hate us? Are you just that selfish?
All I'm saying is it's kind of pathetic for someone nearing 40 to be pulling this shit when the rest of us are only in our 20s.
Right? If I didn't know any better, I'd have half a mind to think you were working for the people behind this place!
Fu's demeanor seemed to shift slightly, a small grin curling at the corners of his lips.
What did you just say, kid?
What are you...
What is happening? What are you doing?
Oh, this is rich!
Wang, what on earth are you?
God, of course.
The fuck have you got to laugh about? What's so funny?
Asuga. Really? Asuga? I knew someone would figure out eventually, don't get me wrong, but Asuga?
I'm sorry, what? Is she right?
The only person who'd be more humiliating is Taka, but you know, he's gone now, so he can't exactly do that, can he?
Oh my god. Is he really?
What the hell are you trying to say?
Really? You can't figure it out? Boad just spelled it all out for you. Kid, forget it. I'm an honest man. I'll play fair and square. You caught me. No point keeping it up.
Fu ran his hand through his hair, a small chuckle escaping his mouth as he slung his jacket back on. It was weird seeing him so put together as he adjusted his tie and faced us all with a chilling look.
You know, with how much I was able to sell you the lie of Fu Wang, the ultimate salesman, I might as well still have the title. Truth is, I haven't been an ultimate for many, many years. I've been too busy perusing different avenues.
What?
You know, red rooms are a pretty profitable avenue these days. I was surprised, really.
You don't mean you're...
Yep, that's right, Toots. I'm the showrunner here. The person behind this.
Huh? What?
After all, what's a good show without a producer plant?
What? I mean, yeah, was it weird that he's so much older than all the rest of them? Yeah, a little bit. But like, what?
If there's no drama, you need someone to stir it. Keep things interesting. Shake up the formula. It's basic show running. And I think I did a pretty good job playing the part of misguided, morally dubious man who'd do anything for his daughter, when in reality, I guess you could say I was the mastermind behind this all!
Huh? What? I mean, it made sense out of everyone to betray us, but still, I couldn't help but feel... Maybe I just really didn't know anyone here. If Molly was really the one behind the suicide pact, then why couldn't Fu have been working against us this whole time? It certainly made more sense than what we learned about Molly. So, you're really... Yep, I'm the reason you're all stuck here. And let me say, you guys were a good choice. You're just about the messiest bunch of people I've ever met. Why on earth are you doing this? It's just business, really. Profit, mainly. A few other reasons. So, the whole anti-ultimate thing. What the hell is that about? You're the last person who'd stand for anything that movement cares about. Are you just scapegoating the movement? Using it to drum up traction? Do you understand how far it's gonna set it back? Oh, no. Don't get it twisted. This is just for that cause. I've seen my fair share of some shit ultimates have caused over the years, but I can't spill all the beans yet. Gotta keep a few skeletons in the closet for the big finale, you know? Wolf.
You know what I think?
What's up, kid?
Ezekiel immediately rushed over to Fu to try to punch him in the gut.
Zeke!
But before he could, the cat jumped in the way, slamming into Zeke and pushing him back.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
I don't care! Attack me all you like! He deserves it! I'm not letting that asshole!
Need I remind you that I still have that lovely little toy Alora made?
The bomb?
And you know, I've been meaning to try it out. So by all means, attack him! I've needed an excuse to see what it can do.
So he must be telling the truth if they're gonna get killed for attacking him.
I can stand far more than just some stupid little bomb.
Ezekiel, relax.
Whoa, no, don't!
Okay, I'm not so sure about that one, Zeke.
Let's be cautious here, Ezekiel. Stand down.
Why should I? We're all gonna die here anyway. Might as well go out trying to do something.
It's your suicide, kid. I'm not gonna stop you.
Before Ezekiel could throw his life away, A small girl quickly ran out of the elevator, a panicked look on her face.
What? What the hell is going on here? What are you...
Ah, Amelia, you're just in time.
The hell you mean?
No need to play dumb anymore. Jig's up. They figured it out. Kinda. Well, I got bored. Thought I might as well out myself. Point is, they know I'm part of the team now.
Oh, God, you couldn't keep your mouth shut for one moment, could you?
Aw, cut me some slack. I thought I would spice things up. Wait, so he's not bullshitting? He's actually... Yep, I'm telling the truth. That's a foo guarantee. I was gonna save letting it slip for a better moment, but you're pretty much already at rock bottom. I thought I could see how much I could push it. Rock bottom?
Well, things aren't exactly looking peachy for you, are they? Your chances of escape are practically zero. Your one hope being a murderer and all.
No, that's incorrect. I can still keep working on it. Try all you like, Toots. Those blueprints and plans you made were real cute. But you've pretty much exhausted every option. All of it ended up being pretty useless, huh? It can't be. Even if you kept it up, there's cameras everywhere, you know. We've known what you've been doing this whole time.
If you came up with something, we'd find a way to patch it up before you could possibly exploit it.
So we're really stuck here. Yep, unless, you know, you kill. But that depends if you guys have the guts to do that. I mean, come on. An accidental murder? How disappointing. No, well, can't complain all that much. Even if it was a boring old accident, at least it wasn't wasted on a valuable life. Excuse me? Rude? Hey, come on. Taka brought in a lot of viewers.
He was definitely one of my faves.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. All I'm saying is, we're lucky he wasn't the only one who died. Otherwise, this trial would have been a total wash. Anyway, I'm sure you've got a lot to dwell on, so we'll be taking our leave now. Just like that? After dropping all that on us? Amelia, you got the crime reveals ready? Yeah. Perfect. I know what we're doing tonight. See you later, prisoners. And just like that, the person we'd once known as Fu left. So we lost how many people in this chapter 3? Last trial we left with 10 people still in the group. This time, we'd be leaving with 6. So does that mean chapter 3 is the last chapter? How are we already down to this few? A sense of dread lingered amongst us. One person in particular seemed to be feeling it the most. Oh God, we're stuck here. I can't do anything. I need to be alone. Sorry. Before anyone could stop her or say anything, Dr. Elenius quickly walked out of the trial grounds, her breathing quick. I wasn't entirely sure how to feel about her after everything that had happened. It was harrowing to learn that she was just as messy as the rest of us, especially when we'd relied on her for so long. At least, I wasn't alone in my apprehension. I really don't know what to say. I just can't believe any of this. It's all happened so fast. But now the dust had settled. Now it was just us 5, standing in the trial room. Now we no longer had to keep up appearances or pretend to be strong. The silence was broken by a small voice, finally letting everything they'd bottled up the whole day. Taka, Kiko, why did this all have to happen? Asuka finally let themselves break down, clutching their stomach and just letting herself cry. I'm so stupid. All this time, I just wanted to make everyone happy. I just wanted to keep the peace, and I miss them both so much. What am I even meant to do now? I feel so alone. Hey, Asu, you're not alone, okay? I know what it's like. Trust me. I'm here for you. Yeah, I mean, hey, I can't imagine how you're feeling right now. But, you know, you've still got all of us. It's not going to be the same as before, sure, but if you ever need to forget about things or talk or just have some place where you can smile, me and Z are here for you, okay? Yeah, always. Same here. You're not alone. Out of everyone here, I'm just so sorry. You really don't deserve this. Don't put me on a pedestal. In the end, just like the rest of you, I really am a mess, huh? Well, hey, we can be messy together. Hell yeah. All three of us. God knows he won't be invading. If I spend any more time one-on-one with Z, I'm gonna go insane. Hey. Point is, we're here if you need us, okay? It's gonna feel rough. I understand if you need some alone time right now, but... No, this stupid game has taken too much from me. I'm not going to let it take anything else, especially not my happiness. Even if it hurts, I have to push forward. I'm going to be happy again. Despite it all, I won't let this game kick me down. So if you're offering, let's talk. Let's hang out. Let's find a way to laugh and smile in spite of all the pain. If they never get a chance to live, we'll just have to live our lives to the fullest to make up for it. Okay. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but it's really okay if you need to talk about it or like take a sec or... I know, and I probably will. It won't erase the pain. It won't erase what happened. I know that will probably follow me forever, but I won't let it stop me from living either. You know what? If that's what you want to do, I can't stop you. Love the attitude, really. But first and foremost, let's get your wound patched up again and make sure you can do all that living. Right. I forgot. That's quite a lot of blood. Will you... I'll manage. I have to. Don't you worry. I've got you. We've both got you. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Lyra and Ezekiel both took one of Asuka's arms each and helped support them over the elevator, presumably headed to the infirmary to help with her wound. I don't know how Asuka can move on so quickly, or be so positive. I don't necessarily think that's her moving on. I couldn't help but feel devastated. As I stood there, I felt my whole world had been crushed. All that I had left was... It feels so empty now. She's really gone, isn't she? I'm so sorry. Why does this keep happening to us? Even now, she reminds you of him, doesn't she? I'm awful. Maybe that's why I'm having such a hard time believing she was the one who did the suicide pact. How would she? Why would she? It just doesn't make sense. Maybe I used her as too much of a replacement. Maybe I never really knew Maiko or Molly. I don't think that means you never knew her. Maybe the person she grew into wouldn't have done that. Maybe she grew past that recklessness and disregard for life. It's likely she grew as a person since coming here. It's possible the person she was when she first came into the prison was fully capable of poisoning us all. But as she formed proper connections, as she grew, she couldn't anymore. I just wish I knew for certain. If I wasn't so focused on seeing her as a second chance, if I saw her as her own person sooner, I think I'd understand her a lot better. I can't say you're wrong. What am I even doing, Ismene? I can't keep doing this. Just using people to fill in gaps. Seeing people as replacements, not as themselves. It just... Well, we've seen what it does. And it makes every death more poignant. It reminds me of everything that's come before it. Everyone I've lost before. They all just melt into one. I need to change. I know that, but I can't move on, no matter what I do. I think we all hang on to moments from the past, thinking what we could have done differently, wondering if we could have done better, if we could have made a change. But not everyone can be selfless all the time. Oftentimes, we help others only if it helps us in the process. Maybe it's okay to make mistakes. I just wish I hadn't been so passive. I thought after my hand in her attempt, I had no right to try to reach out to her, that I should just let you two get on with it. Everything I touch seems to shatter. I thought it was better to stand back, but I'm sorry. I should have done more. Why on earth are you apologizing? It's funny. I'm not really sure, but I feel responsible. You don't make any sense to me. I don't think you're entirely alone in that. I just hate feeling this affected by it all when Asuka seemed to be able to bounce back so quickly. I hardly think they've bounced back. I think this will follow them for the rest of their life. Eventually, they might process it, but for now, I think they're finding it easier to just shove it down, to use it to drive them to do better. I just hope they'll be okay when everything they've pushed down inevitably bubbles over again. I think they'll be okay. Ezekiel and Lyra seem to be keeping an eye on them. At least, they're not alone. You know, you're not alone either. Huh? Our promise, remember? Oof. Shinku, are you gonna tell her that you burned the pin? Oh god. Ismene took out Jakul's pin from her bag, squeezing it in her palm. We're not giving in to this game, no matter what. Right. Of course. Thank you, I mean it. When I make a promise, I really do mean it. Me too. I'm glad I at least have you. Do you have your pin on you? It might help act as a reminder. I know it sounds silly and frivolous, but it really does help me. You might find some comfort in it, as childish as it sounds. Oof. Are you okay, Shinku? Yeah, of course. I'm just tired. It's been a long day. I keep my pin in my cell. I want to keep it safe. I don't want to lose it. I see. Anyway, I think it's time we get out of here. I really don't think being in this room is doing me any favors right now. Of course. I think we both need some rest. I'll see you tomorrow, All right. Sleep well. Oh, and, good luck. Or if your crime gets revealed tonight, that is. Right. I was honestly a little apprehensive about that. If my crime was revealed and I got voted corrupt, then would I lose as many too? I just want you to know, no matter what your crime is, no matter what the audience thinks, our promise means more to me than any of that nonsense. I'll stand by you, so try not to worry. Oh, it's so sad. Of course. Thank you, Ismene. It's the least I can do, really. Ooh. Ooh. An awful feeling swelled in my chest as we both walked back to the cells. Ismene accompanied me on the way back, making casual conversation. It was clear we were really all that each other had left. I couldn't tell her about the pin. I couldn't break her trust like that. I couldn't fracture the last connection she had here. Yeah, especially since he didn't even have to burn the pin because the 2 murders already happened. That sounds awful. But I really was doing it to protect her. To protect our bond. Anyone would have done it. At least, that's what I reassured myself of over and over as I stared at the empty spot in my drawers where the pin once was. Now, I had nothing left of either Jakul or Molly, aside from my memories of them. So I tried to run them through my mind, hold on to them, keep them as clear as possible by repeating them over and over. But all it did was make me feel worse. And as the monitor on the corner of my room buzzed on, I almost felt relieved. As I knew the impending crime reveals would at least give me something else to focus on than the awful, crushing feeling weighing heavily on my chest. Ooh, who is it?
Hello, 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 prisoners! I won't bore you with all the pre-drabble I usually do. God knows this chapter is long enough already. Plus, you already know the drill.
This was an extremely long chapter.
It's time for our 3rd episode of... Of course they did it! They're an ultimate! The subject of today's show...
Please don't be me, please don't be me, please don't be me.
Why, that would be Prisoner 03, Ezekiel Elias, Prisoner 06, Alora Onius, and Prisoner 10, Asugo Santio.
I couldn't help but feel relieved.
Let's get started with the fan favorite here, Ezekiel.
Fan favorite? I doubted that.
Oh, Ezekiel, you really made quite the splash in your industry, didn't you? Your complete disregard for your own life made you willing to do anything and everything. If you died, then that was that. But you never seemed to die, no matter how extreme the stunt got. So you started trying more and more and more. And that would have been fine if it was only your suicide mission, but... You specifically bullied and encouraged other people starting in the stunt industry to have the same amount of recklessness you did.
Ooh.
If they didn't do it, they'd never break into the industry. They'd never stand a chance against you. You set the bar so high they hardly had a choice but to follow in your footsteps. But in chasing you, many fell. Many had career-ending injuries. Many died. Yet you kept going, never looking behind you. In your eyes, making the industry this volatile was doing everyone a favor. If they didn't have the guts to go as far as you did, then they weren't cut out for stunt performing in the first place. And every time someone succeeded in catching up to you, you always set the bar higher, always did something more extreme, always would do something that you thought only you could do. Something that would make that competition back down or die trying. You wanted to be on top, someone no one could stand on the same level of, even if it killed you in the process. You wanted to be the bravest guy alive, unmatched by no one, no matter the cost. Almost sounds like you were compensating for something. All this sounds incredibly childish and pathetic to me, but what do I know?
Yeah, that's about what I expected out of Ezekiel. He really was just a bad person, and that's all there was to it. But I supposed it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. It almost annoyed me that it wasn't worse, as horrible as that sounds. Yeah, compared to everyone else, he's a bit tame, let's be honest here. Also, Shinku, you're not a good person either, my guy.
And next we have everyone's favorite murderer, Alora Alenius.
I can't believe she just gets away with killing Taka.
Jeez, that last trial really isn't gonna do you any favors when it comes to your verdict, huh? Well, your reputation can't possibly get any worse, so how about we rip the band-aid off? Alora was made to do a lot of very important work from a young age. At least, she told herself it was important. It was how she justified her literal, actual, unethical human experimentation. Alora would do incredibly inhumane experiments on terminally ill patients under the guise of testing experimental treatments on them. She had no intention of actually treating them, no matter what she told them. Their shortened life expectancies meant they were disposable, so it was fine to inject them with whatever, or test the effects of whatever chemical exposure on them, no matter how painful.
Wow.
Some terminally ill patients were also infected with additional conditions intentionally, unbeknownst to them, in order to perform research on them. Alora didn't pay any mind to their suffering. After all, it was for the greater good. But our little biochemist had her biases. She always has, and she always will. And while she could justify the rest of this by saying she was just following orders or doing it for the greater good, what she did to one patient, Lilith, was entirely her decision. Lilith was Alora's favorite patient. The experiments performed on her seemed to be significantly less painful. Funny that. Alora grew very attached to keeping Lilith alive, no matter how impossible it was, no matter how Lilith felt about it. Lilith was at peace with her impending death. She didn't want her suffering prolonged any longer. But Alora insisted on countless surgeries and potential treatments, keeping her alive despite her will, with the aim of giving herself more time to find a cure. A cure she never found before Lilith passed, having lived the last few months of her life in agony and unnecessary suffering. And Alora just couldn't cope with this, and you saw what that pushed her into making. She really is pathetic, huh?
That's... My perception of Dr. Elenius had been completely shattered. This is what did it? Not the fact that she murdered Taka? Hello? Alora really was just as dysfunctional as the rest of us. Yeah, hello? She killed Taka. I couldn't just sit back and depend on others anymore, could I?
And last but definitely not least, we have our wonderful warden's favorite prisoner, Asuka Santil.
It can't be too bad, right? Wasn't she a replacement prisoner? Their crime was supposedly less bad than the rest of us, so it was a bit of a bizarre choice to put them last.
Phew, you've had quite the day, huh? Well, sorry to say, but it's only gonna get worse. Brave, stupid Asuka. I suppose the events of today aren't all that surprising, especially considering your past. Always playing ignorant when it matters most, even when you do know better. It was just easier to construct a world where you could make the rules, where life was fair, where it made sense to you, your beloved circus. But when you have rules, how do you get people to follow them? How do you make sure someone doesn't take your place and try to turn your little world on its head, impose an order that would harm everything you've built? Anything that wasn't your rules was bound to fail in your eyes, after all. People are too selfish, in your opinion. Which is a little ironic when you think about it. Since you ask me, the most selfish person in that circus was you. Asuka's crime on the surface may not seem too bad. Embezzling funds and committing charity fraud, collecting donations from rich idiots under the guise of helping some nebulous cause. Or piggyback riding on current issues to get more money donated to you, saying you were committed to helping deal with whatever the struggle of the week was. Only instead distributed amongst your circus, taking the wealth to fund and maintain it. I'm sure most people would frame that as ethically dubious at worst, but necessary for survival at best. I'm sure that's how you see it. To you, it didn't matter if the circus was using the money itself instead of donating it to whatever cause you claimed you were supporting. It felt more important in the moment, and it was still going to a good place. Besides, you assumed rich people only threw their money at charity to make themselves look better, but they didn't care what it was used for. But I don't think you have an excuse for your real crime. Implicating your whole circus in this crime. Every child, every runaway there who depended on you. If your charity fraud got caught, everyone in that circus would be charged and prosecuted. Their lives would be ruined as well as yours. You knew that. And despite knowing that, you didn't tell them. You didn't want to cause a stir. It was your little secret. I think you even liked it in a way. With the way you set it up, if you went down, everyone would go down with you. You'd all have your lives ruined together. Perhaps it's so you'd all never get separated, so you'd all never have to be alone again. Or maybe it was so your world, your circus, could only exist with you at the helm. If someone tried to dethrone you, they wouldn't be able to twist it into something you didn't like, so that it could always be the fair world you always wanted. Sharing everything, including responsibility, including conviction, if it ever came to it. Do you still think you're still so much more morally better than everyone else here? And that concludes our penultimate episode of Course They Did It! They're an ultimate!
Okay, so there's... Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely a chapter 3 if they're gonna, do another one of these. Because they still haven't done Shinku, so I'm sure he's next. But I don't know if there's a chapter 4. Is there a chapter 4?
Phew, only a few of you left to reveal, huh? Better enjoy your privacy while you have it. I am personally real excited to see how you'll vote this time. Don't hold back on your corrupt votes this time just because of Molly's sorry little attempt, alright?
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
It didn't even work. So don't you worry one bit about voting how you want. If people die, then they die. Womp womp. Anyway, I'm sure you have a lot to dwell on. I'll leave you to vote. And to the prisoners, good luck.
Maybe, hopefully, at the end of the next chapter, I will actually finish it on time to vote myself. Because this time I most certainly didn't. This chapter took me forever. I feel like I've been playing it for like a million years. An awful feeling lingered in my chest. The same one that had been there all day. But despite it all, despite our dwindling numbers, despite Fu having been revealed to be a plant by the producers, despite learning Alora's escape plan was a bust, despite the awful crime reveals, despite losing her, I was weirdly relieved to know I wasn't picked this time. Yeah, well, you're next. I don't think I could have handled it if my crime came out too. Discounting Fu, who might not even count anymore, I was the only one who hadn't had my crime revealed. Well, me and... I looked at where his pin once was on my nightstand. as awful as it was, I would be lying if I said I wasn't morbidly curious. But I couldn't dwell on it long as someone knocked on my door and promptly entered. Can I help you? Shinku, where is it? Huh? I'm sorry. It's silly, but I need to see it right now. I don't care how ridiculous it sounds. I just need to put something to rest. Where's what? His pin. You said you had it in your cell, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Then, where is it? That's a good question. Oh, she knows. She knows. Shinku. It's here, I swear. It's just, let me... Shinku, why were you in the washing room this morning? No. Doing my laundry? Really? Because when I... Is now really the time for this? Molly just died, We're both emotional and... Don't bring her into this. God, you always do this. Do what? Shinku, there was no laundry in any of those machines when I checked. Well, why were you checking? What were you doing in there? You can't even tell me, can you? Listen, the pin, it's in here somewhere. I just have to look. I know I put it somewhere. Just give me a moment. She knows, Shinku. You know she knows. Calm down, okay? Down. You're the one who can't admit to me you destroyed one of the last things we had left of him. And you're telling me to calm down. How did you... Yes, I know. It's obvious now. I got a dare telling me to do the exact same thing. To destroy it. And I couldn't. Because I respected our promise. Because I respected you. I trusted you. We can still have our promise without those... I don't care about the pin. I care that you couldn't tell me. You never tell me anything. You're so desperate to be trusted. To have people who will rely on you or have your back, but you refuse to communicate anything, ever. You just play around with people and dance around issues and do whatever's easiest. Whatever makes you happy. The second Molly needed someone to rely on, you seized your opportunity the best you could. You had your fun. But when it came to actually helping her, you only intervened far too late. You were too busy stuck in your own head, in using her as a replacement. And now she's gone, Shinku. She's gone, and you didn't even know her enough to understand or even admit she could have been capable of being the one behind the pact. I told you I want to get better at not using people like that. I don't want to. You say that, but you act like you're the one getting hurt by doing that. Don't you think about anyone actually impacted by it? And when you have someone willing to be there for you, you just step all over it. You step all over me. I wouldn't have cared about the pin if you just told me. The only thing I ever wanted was mutual trust. To know you wouldn't go behind my back and betray that trust, do something stupid. But I guess like Molly, you never really knew me either, huh? I poured my heart to you. I let myself be vulnerable to you, and you couldn't understand even the simplest of things that would hurt me. I guess I wasn't worth the effort. You couldn't as easily project Jakul onto me, could you? That's it.
Well, If you're going to break your half of the promise, then...
Wait! Ismini, stop!
Ismene grabbed the pin she'd taken from Jakul out of her bag, throwing it onto the ground. Before I could reach for it, her foot slammed down on it multiple times. I could do nothing but watch as she shattered it into tiny pieces.
There! Now they're together. I hope you're happy, Shinku. If you're so stuck in the past, then I'll just have to destroy every reminder of it. Maybe that'll force you to pull yourself out of it and see the reality in front of you. Maybe that'll make you actually reflect instead of sitting in self-pity.
How could you?
Excuse me, Shinku, how could you be saying how could she when you're the one who burned it?
That was all we had left of...
Shinku, hello, pot, meet kettle.
Someone neither of us ever really knew. Especially you. But go on, gather up the pieces and cling to them all you like. At least using a pin is better than using other people.
I watched in stunned horror as Ismene turned and left out of my cell, looking at the fractured shards of the one connection I had left in this prison. For the first time since arriving here, truly and completely feeling alone. But she couldn't blame me. She couldn't. If she'd seen what my truth was that day, that awful, horrible truth. She would have done it too. Is that the end?
Hey, it's not your fault, you know? Come on, I don't want you beating yourself up over it. It's awful, don't get me wrong. I can't imagine how you're feeling right now, but we all make our own choices, and we can't exactly, you know, change what happened in the past. But if you spend all your time dwelling on it, on what you could have done better, you'll be so preoccupied with that you'll never actually take those steps to be better in the here and now. So don't forget that, okay? I know you can do better. And you know that too. Don't you?
Oh jeez, it should have been Shinku. Oh my god. Chapter 2. That's it. Nice. That was it. That is chapter 2 of Danganronpa Antebellum Lockdown. I believe possibly chapter 3 is like in the works. I will for sure, whenever it comes out, I will get back into playing it. But for now, this is all that's left of Danganronpa Antebellum Lockdown. I am finally caught up. It only took me 12 billion years to get here. Next time I will be better at it. But everything about that was nuts. The last 2 hours, I was just like, huh? What? Here? I'm not super surprised about Fu's reveal. Like, I mean, I guess a little bit. It was, you know, a little weird that he was so much older than everybody else, because everyone else seems to be around the same age, roughly. Like, give or take, like, 6 or so years. Meanwhile, he was much older. I don't know. This... It's getting intense. I don't know if there's gonna be a chapter 4. Because, like, they still need to reveal Shinku's crime, which has to happen at the end of the next chapter. So I'm assuming there is a chapter 4, but that might be it, because there's only 6 of them left. There's hardly anybody left now. We lost so many people. I still cannot believe Taka died for absolutely nothing, and his murderer is still running around here. just like everything is fine and dandy. I cannot believe that. Ugh. Listen, Taka was my favorite character, so I don't know. I don't like that, you know, the rule, the loophole, I suppose, of the rule that his killer is still around, and that's all fine and dandy. She's just walking around. But what can you do, I suppose? I do really like this series. I like the original Antebellum as well. I do. I think it's fun. I like the art, even though those Takiko's argument at the end was ridiculous. I love the art, the different art styles. That was really awesome. Her voice actor did an amazing job. But some of those questions, I'm like, why? What? Why would I know that? Like, is there any way for me to get more hearts for the trial? If there is, please let me know. Is there something I need to do during the chapter? Because when I started the trial, I only had like half hearts, and I feel like if I had a full thing, I wouldn't get game over twice or 3 times. I don't know how many times it was. But anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time, whenever that may be. Yeah. Hopefully we don't lose any more characters we like, but then again, my favorite character is now dead, so anyways, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.